Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 3089. This thing is really strange. It actually allowed me to control this magical world. As the Chaos Great Demon Ancestor spoke, the third illusory eye between his eyebrows began to disappear. In the end it became smooth. He looked at his hands coldly. As his hands changed, the entire eternal whirlpool also changed, forming an incomparably huge chaotic time ocean that was under his control. The eternal whirlpool was terrifying. When it was controlled, especially by the enemy, it was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Why did he get the core of the time tunnel first? Long Chen searched for more than 10 days and thought that it didn't exist. This is going to be troublesome. Back then, the core of the Death Realm had also fallen into the hands of the Era Heavenly Demon, which led to Long Chen's narrow escape. You definitely can't believe it. How did I get it? Speaking of which, I can't believe it either. Maybe I'm lucky. On the first day I came here, this thing happened to float in front of me. I took it and suddenly realized that this thing had a huge connection with this huge world, so I took the opportunity to fuse with it. Now, you should know my situation very well, right? If it was the same as the life and death realm, naturally, the time tunnel would become his territory. Here, he was like the ruler of the world, while Long Chen lost all initiative. This reminded Long Chen of the Era Heavenly Demon. He stared deeply at the Chaos Great Demon Ancestor, who had yet to make a move. Obviously, the Eternal Whirlpool was the best place for him to fight. He could control time on a large scale. Once he slows down the time around me, I'll be in trouble. Won't I become a turtle in a jar? The only way to take away the core is to kill him. Just like the Era Heavenly Demon. However, he's not the Era Heavenly Demon. The advantage of the Eternal Whirlpool isn't as simple as the Death Realm. If the Chaos Great Demon Ancestor uses the advantage of the Eternal Whirlpool, I won't even be able to escape. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Long Chen's mind, making him deeply understand the danger and trouble he was in at the moment. A conundrum that was even more complicated than the Son of Chaos was right in front of him. Of course, if Kitten can wake up, he might have the ability to control him. But, who knows when this guy will succeed? The Chaos Demonic Ancestor seemed to be able to see through the changes in Long Chen's heart. You killed my son, so I will naturally fight you to the death. Since you desire this item so much, I can be considered to have gained the upper hand. Since you want it, then come and snatch it. Just nice, I also want to take your life. To hold a memorial for my son. Although the Patriarch said this, his expression was also very cold. It was hard to tell how big of a blow the death of the Chaos Son was to him. In addition, the Great Void Demon Sword is a divine treasure of my race. It cannot fall into your hands. The Patriarch of Chaos wasn't holding back at all when he spoke. His hand changed. Instantly, a flow of original incipient grade power descended and condensed into a phantom saber in his hand. Besides the difference in attributes, this blade was very similar to the Great Void Demon Sword in all other aspects. This was one of the Demon Clan's dual spacetime blades, the #1 divine weapon of space in all worlds. It was called the Universe Demon Saber. Universe was the universe of heaven and earth. This was a divine weapon that ruled the universe. The Myriad Worlds Divine Sword and the Universe Demon Saber had the same attribute, but the Universe Demon Saber was the ancestor of all divine swords. It was much stronger than the Myriad Worlds Divine Sword. Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. The Phantom Sword was held in the Chaos Demonic Ancestor's hand. He was at the peak of Tai Divine Realm. Perhaps he was the strongest in all worlds. In addition, the Eternal Vortex was under his control. Even though Long Chen was getting stronger and stronger, he instantly realized that he could only be slaughtered in this terrifying time change of the Eternal Vortex. The other party had the core of the time tunnel, so there was no possibility of a fair fight. Unless the other party was willing to go out and fight with Long Chen, perhaps Long Chen would try again. Time tunnel. Long Chen wasn't willing to give up. How could the thing he was looking for fall into the hands of the other party? The other party's luck was really good. Of course, the other party had just lost his son, so this little bit of good fortune couldn't make him happy. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor made his move. His goal was simple and pure, and that was to kill Long Chen. In the past, Long Chen could avoid him endlessly, but now he couldn't. He had what Long Chen wanted, which meant that he had something on Long Chen. He was fast and fierce, holding the Universe Demon Saber, and instantly slashed. In an instant, two huge changes occurred. The first was that the space around Long Chen became extremely slow, and time was decelerating indefinitely. In this way, no matter how fast Long Chen was, it was like slow motion in the eyes of the other party. Another change was that the Heaven and Earth Demon Saber was like the Son of Chaos godly hand, directly piercing through space. One end of the saber was still in the hands of the Chaos Demon clansman, while the other end actually slashed in front of Long Chen. The crisis of death descended in an instant. Even if the other party's control of the eternal vortex wasn't particularly proficient, it was enough to be fatal. At this critical moment, the only thing Long Chen could do was to escape. Otherwise, he would be killed in one blow by the opponent who controlled the eternal vortex. In fact, he had already prepared the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Whoosh! When the Universe Demon's saber pierced through Long Chen's arm, Long Chen entered. After entering, time was restored, and he quickly closed the Death Realm Dragon Gate and escaped from the other party's attack. Even so, his heart was still shaken. If I had wanted to resist just now, I might have already lost my life. He can control the eternal vortex, and fighting here will give him a huge advantage. For example, if he was proficient, he could quickly let Long Chen enter a region where the speed was decelerated 10,000 times, and he was in a region where the speed was accelerated 10,000 times. If he attacked there, Long Chen would be no different from standing still, and would probably be killed by him. Fortunately, the other party wasn't very proficient. Looking at the sea of blood below, Long Chen hurriedly told himself, "Calm down, I must calm down." In the God Nation and the Realm of Life, seeing this situation, everyone looked at each other. "Chen, I think it's basically impossible to fight with the other party in the Eternal Vortex and take away the core of the Death Realm, so you can't go in and take the risk for now." Lingxi was most familiar with the power of space, so she was more aware of how powerful the other party's attack was. And the other party had just casually slashed. Long Chen had no choice but to admit this. But his ultimate goal was to take away the core of the time tunnel. After all, this core was too important to him, especially the part about the Tower of Time. The ruins of time could imprison enemies. The Tower of Time could nurture the Dragon God and himself. The Eternal Vortex was the best battlefield. If he controlled the Eternal Vortex, even the four rulers wouldn't be a match for him if they went in. Such a core was too important. Mo Xiaolang also said, "The Chaos Demon Ancestor has too much initiative now. But I think we don't have to be too anxious. He has already cultivated for more than an epoch. Obviously, even the Tower of Time can only help him a little. At his level, there's basically no possibility of improvement. So I think he has to leave the time tunnel eventually. Big brother, you can try fighting him outside." "You're all right." Now that he knew the location of the core, although it was more difficult, his goal was clear. Long Chen was well aware of the dead end he was facing. It was very likely that the more anxious he was, the easier it would be for him to lose everything. Instead of being anxious, he had a lot of opportunities. So he suppressed his desire for the core and said, "If that's the case, I understand. We can leave the time tunnel now. But it's not waiting outside for the battle with the Chaos Demon Ancestor. It may not come out in a short time. After all, it has the most advantages in the Eternal Vortex. So I don't have to be anxious. Or, when I'm confident that I have the strength to fight against rulers, I can go to the Kuan Ancestral Realm and cause trouble. I don't believe it won't come out. Or, when Kitten succeeds, I can even directly enter the time tunnel. The Chaos Demon Ancestor may not be able to withstand it." Long Chen knew his limits. The Chaos Demon Ancestor was too strong just now. After all, it was one of the four rulers. Even if it wasn't in the Eternal Vortex, Long Chen wasn't sure that he could defeat it. Since he was not in a hurry, he could wait until he was confident and then make a comeback. Anyway, the biggest harvest this time was already in his hands. "Long Chen, you mean to go to the ancestral planet?" Li Xuanji asked. "That's right." In the face of such a precious treasure, being able to let go of his desire for it and turn to accomplish other goals was a form of courage. Everyone knew of Long Chen's desire for the core of the time tunnel. Seeing that he had made such a decision, they couldn't help but secretly admire him. The Chaos Demon Ancestor can't run away. Anyway, we have ways to force him out of the time tunnel. After all, he still has the Eastern Star region as his base. Now is not the time to fight him head-on. So we should take advantage of this time to go to the ancestral planet and find a way to break the curse of the divine dragons, so that those cursed divine dragons can return to the human world. That's the important thing. The important thing that the dragon attendants had given to Long Chen. The new divine dragon army in the future was composed of two parts. One part was the new divine dragons cultivated in Long Chen's divine kingdom. The other part was the cursed divine dragons of the divine star of destiny and the curse realm. At this thought, Long Chen had made up his mind. In that case, let's leave the time tunnel. This time, he didn't leave through the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Instead, he left through the exit of the Death Realm. When he got out, he saw a world in front of him. Below him was the original incipient world, Pangu continent. It had been a long time since he last came here. However, Long Chen didn't want to stay. His goal this time was the Northern Star region, the ancestral planet. Chapter 3090. Now, how much do you know about the ancestral planet? Can you tell me now? Long Chen arrived at the world of the Ghost Blood Curse. In front of him was a sea of blood filled with curses. Ghost 7 looked like a lotus flower in blood. She was scantily clad, but her alluring face and impressive figure were displayed before Long Chen. Even in the form of a fortuitous spirit, her snow-white skin was so real that it seemed like a dream. Her blood-red eyes had been filled with disdain and unwillingness at first, but now, she was a little fearful of Long Chen, and also a little reverence. I know the approximate location, but I've forgotten many other things. All I know is that I'm from the ancestral planet, and that I used to be one of its gods. Later on, for some reason, I became the fortuitous spirit of this sword. The ancestral planet is my home, but I don't want to go back. My instincts tell me that it's a dangerous place. Ghost 7 was a little nervous. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she tried her best to describe everything she knew to Long Chen. How dangerous? Long Chen asked. How should I put it? Ghost 7 frowned and thought for a while. It's the source of the curse, but it's also a cursed place. I don't know what earth-shattering things happened there. Now, it's a land of death. Very few living beings live there, and those that do can't live for long. It's a true hell. I even think that it's a sealed place. Anyone who goes in will be cursed, and it's possible that they won't be able to come out forever. Long Chen carefully digested her words. He pondered for a while, then said, You don't have to worry about that. I have the realms of life and death, so I should be able to come out at any time. Ghost 7 was a little anxious. That might not be the case. Perhaps anyone who goes in will be branded with a mark that they can never get rid of. This means that the curse is actually a kind of law. Anyone who goes in will be entangled by the law until they die. Is that so? Even so, it didn't stop Long Chen from going to the ancestral planet. It was his mission. I originally thought that I had seen through the myriad worlds. After all, I had almost stepped on the peak of the myriad worlds. But now that he was here, he finally understood that there were deeper secrets in the myriad worlds, such as this ancestral star. Most likely, the other four hegemons didn't know much about it. For example, the depths of the cosmic hive. However, this stimulated the strong desire in Long Chen's heart. He wanted to understand this world. He wanted the divine dragons that had been imprisoned for an era, the divine dragons that had been cursed for 100 million years, to be able to break free from their misery and regain their freedom. This was the greatest mission in his heart. As the successor of the dragon god, he could not bear to see his ancestors suffer under the curse. The dragon attendants were also working hard with him. It's a completely unknown world beyond all realms. Are you sure you want to go there? Ghost Chi bit her lip. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have bothered to bring Long Chen along. I have to go. This was the answer that Long Chen gave her. Fine, you'll die anyway. I'm a fortune divine tool. I won't die. Xueqi pursed his lips and said indifferently. He looked very cute. After confirming his destination, Long Chen communicated with the Xiangyang fairy, who was in the death realm. We've already come out of the time tunnel. I understand. The Xiangyang fairy fell silent in the blood sea. The chaos sun is gone now, and no one knows about your matter. You just have to return to your territory. Now that the chaos sun is gone, there's no one in the myriad worlds who can restrain you. You're free now. However, I have other important matters to attend to, so I can't take you to the Eastern Star territory. The Xiangyang fairy shook her head. No need. I can use the decades of travel to take a good look at this world and have some peace. This is what I've been hoping for. In the past, she had always wanted to be good to the Chaos Son, thinking that one day he would see her. Hence, she had always tried to show off in front of him. The Chaos Saint Sun was the core of everything to her. Now that the Chaos Saint Sun was gone, everything became empty. It was in this empty world that she saw herself. In that case, goodbye. Long Chen sent her out of the death realm. After thanking Long Chen, the Shangyang fairy turned and disappeared into the vast starry sky. Looking at her back, Long Chen realized that even a divine lord was so small in the myriad worlds. I hope she will have a better life in the future. The Shangyang fairy was a beautiful and touching interlude in the battle in the time tunnel. My little friend Long Chen, since you're here, why don't we meet up? At this moment, the voice of the ancient god of savage wilderness rang in his ears. He was calling him from the vast Pangu continent below. From Long Chen's position, he could see the human-shaped Pangu continent below. Please wait a moment. Everyone. Long Chen asked Lingxi to help him activate the gate of the universe. After passing through the gate, Long Chen arrived on Pangu continent in a flash. The ancient god of savage wilderness was not far away. Long Chen moved quickly. Among the countless clouds, there was a tall mountain with a platform on it. The ancient god of savage wilderness was on this platform. However, it was not only him, but also the sect master of savage wilderness, the sect master of primitive wilderness, divine sun, the yin and yang celestial emperor, and the immortal divine phoenix. Even the 3 Tao ancestors of the third heaven were here. Basically, most of the divine lords in the western star region were here. It seemed that they happened to meet here. Although the ancient god of savage wilderness was a full human race, his body was small, so he stood out in front of the sect master of savage wilderness and the sect master of primitive wilderness. When they saw Long Chen, a smile bloomed on their faces. You went to the eastern star region, but there has been no news of you. Today, you suddenly returned. I guess you've done what you need to do. The ancient god of savage wilderness was a god who had recovered his memory, so Long Chen trusted him very much. Ancient god, it's almost done. The ancient god waved his hand and said, no need to be polite with me. I can see that you have defeated divine Tai Hao and the 9 heavens Saint Mother. You already have the power of a supreme god. You can be considered the same generation as us. Moreover, it seems that you have made great progress. How enviable. They still did not know what had happened in the time tunnel. If they knew that Long Chen had defeated 10 divine lords in a row, they would probably be stunned. The ultimate gods laughed in unison. What plans do you have for the future? The ancient god of savage wilderness asked. In fact, he had a rough idea of what Long Chen was trying to do. Now that he was looking at Long Chen seemed to understand that the ancient god of savage wilderness might have seen hope in him. In the future, he would stand on his side. He might even gather the entire northern star region to stand on his side. Long Chen did not hide it and said, I still need to go to the north. I need to complete a very important task. Do you need help? The ancient god of savage wilderness had already said it. With his help, it would definitely be much easier, but the ancestral planet was a very uncertain place. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, this matter is a little special, so I won't trouble you for now. However, I have some conflict with Patriarch Hun Kuan this time, so I might need your help in the future battle. You have a conflict with that guy? The ancient god of savage wilderness did not expect that Long Chen had already provoked someone of this level. However, he had already said it, so there was no reason for him to take it back. He said, no problem. However, Ancestor Hun Kuan is very powerful, and I don't have much confidence in fighting him alone. At most, I can help you restrain him. I'm afraid you'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. But I'm very curious, why do you have such a conflict with him? Long Chen said helplessly, I had a battle with the Chaos Saint Sun, and after he was defeated, he committed suicide in front of me. What? Hearing this news, almost all the divine lords were stunned. Some could not believe it, and even the ancient god of savage wilderness was a little dazed. This was because they knew how strong the Chaos Saint Sun was. The Chaos Saint Sun is known as the 5th person of the myriad worlds. He's basically the #1 person under the 4 rulers, the Wildland sect master said in shock. The other divine lords could not believe it. You really are a miracle. The ancient god of savage wilderness shook his head and smiled bitterly. his long beard fluttering in the wind. At this time his disciple, the Wildlands sect master, said with a smile, "This won't do. I didn't expect you to reach this level. When we fought last time, I was confident that I could crush you. It's only been a little over 100 years. Long Chen, my blood is boiling. Since we fought last time, why don't you show me exactly what level you've reached? How about it?" For a moment, everyone was filled with anticipation as they looked at Long Chen with glowing eyes. The Western Star region's divine lords had an extremely good relationship with Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen would not refuse. He said with a smile, of course. Hearing this answer, everyone laughed, especially the Wildlands sect master. Without hesitation, he directly rushed into the sky toward the starry sky. As he flew toward the starry sky, he said with a smile, "Long Chen, come up together." All right. Long Chen followed. Since they wanted to see it with their own eyes, he would let them believe it. Otherwise, the other divine lords would not be convinced that the Wildlands ancient god was so good to him. No matter where it was, the strongest experts would definitely be respected by others. Of course, Long Chen was not prepared to have a super battle. In the blink of an eye, he and the Wildlands sect master were facing off in the starry sky. The Wildlands sect master was burning with passion as he looked at Long Chen with fighting spirit. After knowing how strong Long Chen was, he did not say a word and directly attacked. Pangu Possession. With a roar, a 10,000-meter giant suddenly appeared behind the Wildlands sect master and attached itself to him. To this giant, the Wildlands sect master in the starry sky happened to be right in front of its eyes. The Wildlands sect master's aura was monstrous. The 10,000-meter giant attracted the attention of countless people. It's the sect master. He used Pangu Possession. Who is he going to fight? Amidst the countless discussions, an illusory sword flashed in everyone's eyes. That was the Great Void Demon Sword. Chapter 3091. Not long ago, Long Chen had fought with this Wildlands sect master. But at that time, the Wildlands sect master only let Long Chen feel the power of a divine venerable, which gave Long Chen a certain idea of Emperor Jun's strength. Under the expectations of all living beings, when Long Chen wielded the Great Void Demon Sword, the first to be shocked was not the people of Pangu continent, but the divine venerables down below. This is, at least, an original incipient grade divine weapon, original incipient grade. Obviously, this is the Great Void Demon Sword of the Saint of Chaos, one of the twin blades of space and time. Before the other divine venerables could recognize what it was, the Wildlands ancient god already knew what it was. Indeed, he did defeat the Saint of Chaos, and even got the Great Void Demon Sword. Obviously, the Wildlands sect master is no match for him. I hope he can hold on for a little longer. Just as the Yin-Yang heavenly Thearcha's voice fell, the Wildlands sect leader, who had been possessed by Pangu, and Long Chen had already started fighting. In the starry sky, the Wildlands sect leader let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. His battle intent surged up to the heavens, shaking the world. At that moment, the Wildlands sect leader was like a primordial god, rushing over and punching out. The fist was so huge that it shook the world. Even countless barbarians on Pangu continent could see it. But at the same time, Long Chen also made his move. It was simple. He held the Great Void Demon Sword in one hand, and with a casual sweep, the power of time coiled around the Great Void Demon Sword, spreading endlessly. With the Great Void Demon Sword, Long Chen's mastery of the time nomological laws was much stronger. Even he was shocked by this power. Heart of the Great Void. When the Great Void Demon Sword drew a trajectory in the starry sky, the entire starry sky suddenly stopped moving. The stars stopped twinkling, Pangu's spiritual energy stopped flowing, time stopped, and even the power that erupted from the Wildlands sect master and himself stopped at this moment. It was like a dazzling rainbow still lingering in the starry sky. For a moment, everything was silent. When Long Chen put away the heart of the Great Void, the other party still did not move. The divine venerables were the first to react. They could guess what was going on from the Wildlands sect leader's state. Long Chen had only used half of the power of the heart of the Great Void to stop time and not hurt the Wildlands sect leader. Now, he was at a level where he could kill the Wildlands sect leader in a second. One move. It seems like the Wildlands sect leader is unable to move. These laws are truly too majestic, too powerful. It's only normal for the Wildlands sect leader to be defeated so quickly. After all, he's the one who defeated the Chaos Sun. Ancient God Savage Wilderness watched from beginning to end. After about 10 breaths of time, Savage Wilderness sect leader was still trapped in the frozen time. He nodded and said, "Just this rule alone is enough for Long Chen to crush him. If he wants to kill him, all he needs to do is add one more sword strike." At this point, Long Chen has won. Since he can defeat the Chaos Saint's son, it is clear that he will be the 5th person in the future. Even the Wildlands sect leader had given such a high evaluation. The Divine Venerables looked at Long Chen with envy and admiration. They admired him because they knew how strong Long Chen was when he first appeared on Mount Fiend God Buzhou. As long as the news of him defeating the Chaos Sun spreads, he will be the first legend in the past tens of millions of years. Such a rapid rise is indeed earth-shattering. Moreover, his future achievements will obviously not be limited to what he has today, the Wildlands sect leader said emotionally. What the ancient god means is that the future of the Myriad Realms is very likely to be under his control. He will be the first in the Myriad Realms. The Divine Venerables beside him could not help but feel emotional. Their hearts were also in a perilous state. Ancient God Wildlands did not answer, because Long Chen had returned, and at the same time, he had lifted the time freeze. Brother Long Chen is amazing. I admit my defeat. The Wildlands sect leader hurriedly landed after regaining his freedom. He had experienced it himself, so the surprise and respect in his eyes for Long Chen was naturally the highest. In fact, the whole Pangu continent did not know what had happened. Everyone was waiting to see the great battle, but there would be nothing in a while. However, the truth could not be wrapped up. One day, the news of Long Chen defeating the Wildlands sect leader and the Chaos Sun would shake the Myriad Realms. Amazing! Brother Long Chen is the first miracle in the history of the Myriad Realms. Who knows what your future will be like? Only a fool would go against you. From their incredulous looks, he could tell that his recent progress had exceeded the limits of their imagination. On the top of the mountain, Long Chen chatted with them for a while. He estimated that it was almost time to say goodbye. I still have some things to do. I'll talk to you again when I return, said Ancient God Wildlands. Go ahead. If you need any help, just let us know. For example, that ancestral beast Hun Kuan. They now understood that even if Long Chen had killed the Chaos Sun and taken away the Great Void Demon Sword, the Chaos Sun would definitely come after Long Chen. After leaving Pangu continent, Chen, the Gate of the Universe is the least familiar with the Northern Starry region, especially the location of the ancestral planet, which is even more remote. It is beyond the territory of the Myriad Realms, and it will take a long time to get there. We have to go to the north first, then find out the distance and the route, and find our way there. Lingxi appeared in front of Long Chen like a goddess and said softly. Judging from the location provided by Xueqi, the ancestral planet was not in any of the 8 northern regions, but in a distant starry sky, a place that no ordinary person could reach. It seems that the myriad realms in our eyes are still too small. With so many places of nothingness, there must be something else. Clearly, the ancestral planet is in this space of nothingness. The tunnel of time is considered remote, but the ancestral planet is even more remote. Long Chen sighed with emotion. He thought for a while and said, since that's the case, let's go to the demon god Buzhou mountain first and use it as a transit point. That place is also the first place we'll stay for a long time after leaving the dragon sacrificial continent. He had also met many people in Mount Buzhou. All right. Lingxi activated the Gate of the Universe, and Long Chen arrived in her divine kingdom. After that, Lingxi entered the Gate of the Universe and went in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Back then, it had taken him several decades to escape from Mount Buzhou to the 3rd layer. This time, however, it had taken him less than a month to arrive. The 2 times he had come to Mount Buzhou were completely different. Last time, the 8 primordial god emperors of the eternal god race were Long Chen's nightmare. Mo Sang seems to be still here. Li Xuanji was currently sleeping in Long Chen's body, only waking up occasionally. She had no worries now, and the only thing she could do was focus on studying the laws of change. She could only become stronger as Long Chen grew stronger. She, a perfected deity emperor. Previously, the domain lord of the Shady Sky domain couldn't do anything to Di Jun at the 3rd heaven, so he had to return in embarrassment. Mo Sang was probably not convinced. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. After some time, He finally arrived at Mount Buzhou. After coming out of Lingxi's divine kingdom, he saw a huge black mountain that looked like a heavenly pillar. It was so majestic that it was shocking. Even now, Long Chen still felt that this Mount Buzhou was full of secrets. Originally, he was just passing by, but now, Long Chen was very interested in going in and taking a look, especially the Emperor battlefield. This was an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Long Chen didn't think that an original incipient grade creator divine weapon was that scary, but now he understood. The domain lord who owned this Emperor battlefield was definitely very strong. Breaking through the heavy black mist, Long Chen landed on Mount Buzhou. He then stepped on the black soil and rushed towards the Emperor battlefield. Along the way, Long Chen observed the Mount Buzhou and occasionally came across a demon god's mouth. What is this? When Long Chen landed in the demon god's mouth, the sucking force was nothing to him. He stood very close to the demon god's mouth and looked down. It was a chaotic mess inside. Long Chen thought for a while and didn't dare to go in. Instead, he stimulated a time sword and stabbed it into the demon god's mouth. Roar! Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek came from the demon god's mouth. Then, like a real mouth, the demon god's mouth rapidly closed up and disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. He had no idea where it had escaped to. Long Chen was dumbstruck. What is this thing? The others didn't know what it was. After all, even Long Chen didn't know what it was. It's a very terrifying feeling. Long Chen couldn't deny the feeling in his heart. It made him vigilant and he hurried to leave this place. Demon God Buzhou Mountain has secrets, but my priority now is to go to the ancestral star. I will explore the secrets here when I have time and energy in the future. With his current strength, he could travel tens of thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. In just a short while, he appeared in front of the Emperor Demon God battlefield. Under his feet was the pagoda. It was an original incipient level fate divine weapon like the primordial dragon pagoda. His arrival brought a great shock to the Emperor God Fiend battlefield. Someone at the entrance of the Emperor God Fiend battlefield recognized Long Chen, and the news spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire Emperor God Fiend battlefield had heard about it. There were about 3,000 God Emperors here, and at this time, God Emperors came out one by one. Who is it? It's so lively. I heard it's Long Chen, the number one on the Divine Emperor list. Last time, Di Jun came here to kill him, but he managed to escape. I didn't expect that in just a few decades, Long Chen would be the number one on the Divine Emperor list. Your news is too outdated. He has defeated ultimate gods. Even the 9 heavens Saint Mother and ultimate god Taihao were defeated by him. I heard he has the strength of an ultimate god now. This was the dream of all deity emperors. Instantly, almost all the deity emperors rushed out and looked at Long Chen with admiration and awe. Among them were a few people that Long Chen was very familiar with. For example, Mo Sang. Chapter 3092. Apart from them, there were a few other acquaintances. For example, the heavenly ape divine emperor who had mastered the battlefield of the king-level god fiends, or the blissful divine emperor who had once descended to the Pantheon paradise and forced Long Chen into a fierce battle. There was also the Dark Star divine emperor who had once helped Long Chen a lot. Glancing around, Long Chen discovered that most people were still the same. However, unrivaled heavenly god and Xing Wuji had become god kings, while Ji Taishu had not. By now, they had already heard far too many rumors about Long Chen, so they all looked at Long Chen with envy and admiration. After unrivaled heavenly god reached God King, he originally wanted to challenge Long Chen again, but he did not expect Long Chen to leave. He had asked around about Long Chen and learned that Long Chen was at the 3rd heavenly layer. Back then, Long Chen had already defeated a final God King and began making his way up the God King ranking. Until Di Jun was killed. Unrivaled heavenly god and the others were completely convinced. Of course, they were very eager to see Long Chen again. After all, Long Chen had challenged them before, which was why he had rushed to a higher peak. Now that they saw each other again, their eyes were filled with respect. Only Ji Taishu was unwilling to accept this. Why was Long Chen so terrifying? It was like a toad in their eyes had suddenly become a dragon. The contrast was still uncomfortable. Long Chen's attention was initially on the battlefield of the Emperor-level god fiends. Only when so many acquaintances appeared did he take a closer look. Most of them had kind and admiring gazes. For example, the heavenly ape divine emperor also treated Long Chen as a true superior. Long Chen, welcome to Mount Buzhou. The heavenly ape divine emperor had spoken to Long Chen before, so he spoke first. Currently, Long Chen still retained his title of first on the divine emperor ranking, but he had already surpassed it. Whether he believed the rumors or not, it was already the truth. The Dark Star Divine Emperor was also in the crowd. Long Chen was just about to go down and say a few words to the Dark Star Divine Emperor. After all, he had once assisted him. Right at this moment, a gloomy female voice resounded. She said, "You fled in such a sorry state all those years ago, and now you've swaggered back. You've come back to show off, right?" Amidst the praises, the voice was extremely ear-piercing. There was no doubt that it was Mose's voice. She was quite courageous. She directly flew out from the crowd and stood in front of Long Chen, boldly confronting Long Chen. A pair of black eyes stared coldly at Long Chen, not backing down in the slightest. Long Chen didn't want to suppress her. If he wanted to suppress her, he would definitely be able to make her scram with just a glance. "Get out of the way." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to this woman. However, Maud was not afraid. She said boldly, "With so many people here today, I'm not afraid of you. I know Li Xuanji is with you right now." Reaching there, she paused. "Xuanji, a teacher for a day is a father for life. I gave you a fortuitous encounter, allowing you to escape from disaster and obtain a new life. Yet you just left like that. Is this how you repay me? You heartless thing. I had high hopes for you, yet you abandoned me and left for a man. Are you worthy of your own conscience?" Maud was still unwilling to accept this. She had lost to Di Jun, and then she had lost to Long Chen. Long Chen just happened to be here today. She stood on the moral high ground, humiliating Long Chen and Li Xuanji. With her moral high ground to defend herself, she was obviously not afraid. "Long Chen, I'll deal with this myself. After all, she is indeed my master, and she did bring me out from the dragon sacrificial continent." Facing Maud's moral reproach, Li Xuanji stepped forward bravely. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Xuanji seemed to have transformed from Long Chen's body. Just this scene alone shocked the God Emperors. It also made Maud take a step back, looking at Li Xuanji in bewilderment. "Don't be courteous to her. The more courteous you are, the more insatiable she becomes. It's good to settle this matter." Long Chen said softly to Li Xuanji. It wasn't that he was afraid that Li Xuanji would feel guilty towards Maud. That was simply impossible. Mainly, he was a little worried that Maud's nagging would affect Li Xuanji's mood. Beside Long Chen, this ravishing beauty with long black hair was filled with darkness, mystery, and elegance. She had a unique charm that instantly attracted the attention of most people. Li Xuanji couldn't see through Maud now. They looked at each other in the sky. Li Xuanji flew up against the wind and approached Maud. Maud hurriedly asked in fright, "What are you trying to do?" After saying that, she felt that she had lost her composure. No, Li Xuanji doesn't have this strange ability of Long Chen. Back then, I spent a lot of effort to make her a divine monarch. Not to mention that I'm a perfection realm god emperor. My mother personally made her so. Only 100 years have passed, it's impossible for her to have much improvement. I'm a perfection realm god emperor. Why should I be afraid of her? Thinking of this, Maud was filled with anger. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Li Xuanji, shouting angrily, "Evil disciple! You still have the face to come back. I worked hard to make you reach the divine monarch realm and let you get rid of your mortal body. You have the right to eternal life, but you just walked away, and even let a man like you bully us. You're so heartless, you won't have a good ending." Maud portrayed herself to be very pitiful so that she could gain the sympathy of the God Emperors. But she underestimated the intelligence of the God Emperors. Everyone knew what kind of person Maud was. She had a strong backing and was the kind of person who wouldn't let others take advantage of her. In the Emperor-God-Fiend battlefield, even ultimate God Emperors didn't dare to provoke her. Li Xuanji's long dress fluttered like a black lotus in the air. She stared at Maud and said under everyone's attention, "Although you're my master, you only treat me as a tool for you to protect your reputation. You've never really given me freedom and guidance. You're still keeping me because you want to give yourself a reputation of gratitude. Everything you've done is just to make yourself appear stronger, kinder, and more virtuous. Today, no one here is a fool, they won't be fooled by you. I didn't want to appear, but since you came out to provoke me, I'll put an end to our master-disciple relationship. From now on, I'll have nothing to do with you. Li Xuanji's voice was cold and smooth as she finished her speech. It was this speech that caused Maud's image to plummet. She turned pale and trembled with anger. She pointed at Li Xuanji and said angrily, You heartless and unscrupulous thing. I had high hopes for you, but you repaid my kindness with ingratitude. You slandered me. You deserve to be destroyed by the heavens. Looking down, Maud thought that the public would support her, but unexpectedly, all the god emperors were watching the show. This infuriated Maud. Mose flew into a rage out of humiliation. She glared at Li Xuanji with hatred in her eyes. Now that Li Xuanji was so close to her, she couldn't hold back any longer. She angrily struck out. Her palm condensed a myriad of cold-in energy and slapped towards Li Xuanji's face. Shameless thing. The scene was burning up. The god emperors watched excitedly. At this moment, Maud was about to slap Li Xuanji, but Longchen didn't move and just watched with a smile. Slap. A loud slap. The sound could be said to have pierced through the heavens and earth. Everyone was frightened, and some people were so frightened that they did not see clearly. When everything was over, they found that Li Xuanji was still in her original spot, but Mose had fallen from the sky and smashed hard into the ground of Mount Buzhou, creating a deep pit. Most of the god emperors saw clearly that when Maud was about to slap Li Xuanji slapped Maud's face at an unimaginable speed, fast and accurate, causing Maud to smash into the ground. Wah! Everyone couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect this girl, who was just a divine emperor, to be so powerful now. She could suppress a great perfection god emperor with one slap. Then what realm was she in? Could she be an ultimate god emperor? Mose crawled out of the mud pit. At this moment, her cheeks were already swollen and looked extremely ridiculous. She stared at Li Xuanji in a daze. She had no idea how she had attacked just now. How dare you deceive your master? I'm ashamed of you for such a sinful act. Maud simply threw a tantrum. She felt that Long Chen must have helped her with that slap. So she turned the spearhead to Long Chen and sneered. I know you're powerful now, but don't be too complacent. This is the Northern Starfield. If you dare to fight me here, you're going against all the supreme deities in the north. Her threat could only scare a child. Li Xuanji said, I've said it before, we're no longer master and disciple. You made the first move, so I won't hold back. Also, be careful with your words. If you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for not considering our relationship. Hearing that, Maud laughed and cried at the same time. She looked very pitiful and lamented, Haha, it's so sad and ridiculous. If I knew you were such a cruel and unscrupulous person, I wouldn't have brought you out of that damn place and helped you become a deity. This woman was a shrew. Long Chen didn't want to waste time with her. Since Li Xuanji couldn't do it, Long Chen was about to slap her away. However, before Long Chen could do it, a cold light came from afar. It was an ultimate god. The god emperors also noticed it. Maud smiled. In the blink of an eye, the domain lord appeared in front of Long Chen and Li Xuanji, standing in front of Maud. It's the domain lord. She was one of the 5 domain lords of the Heavenly Domain Alliance and also the master of a small number of people there. Seeing the domain lord, the god emperors couldn't help but step back. They could feel the smell of gunpowder was about to ignite. A battle between ultimate gods was precious to every god emperor. Sensing the battle intent of both sides, the crowd was filled with anticipation. As expected, the domain lord's eyes were full of killing intent. She stared at Long Chen and said, I don't believe that you can defeat Di Jun and Ninth Heaven Saint Mother. Chapter 3093. It was no wonder Mo Sang was so arrogant. How could she dare to challenge Long Chen? The shady Heaven Territorial Lord's appearance made the scene extremely tense. The divine emperors gathered around the battlefield where there was natural protection so they would not be affected during the battle. They were all waiting for the battle to begin. As soon as the shady Heaven Territorial Lord arrived, Mo Sang tearfully complained to her about how Long Chen and Di Jiu had gone too far and how they had betrayed their master. The shady Heaven Territorial Lord was furious after listening to Mo Sang. She knew Long Chen was not an ordinary person, but it was difficult for her to back down now. In fact, the shady Heaven Territorial Lord knew that the gap between them could not be too big. Even if Long Chen was very strong, she could probably save her face as long as she held on. In any case, she and Mo Sang would not be satisfied without a fight. The most important thing was to save their face. Now that Di Jun was gone, they had nowhere to vent their anger, so they could only vent their hatred on Long Chen. After all, the last time they came back from the third heaven, they were just preparing a way to kill Di Jun. At that moment, the shady Heaven Territorial Lord used a rule to protect Mo Sang and said to Long Chen coldly, "Don't say anything. Let's end this. We, the 9 Ancestor Realm, will never tolerate such a person who betrays his master. Today, I will expel you, Li Xuanji, from the sect. As for you, Long Chen, you must be punished for abducting a member of the 9 Ancestor Realm and being so arrogant." The Divine Emperors were relieved after hearing that. It seemed that a fight would definitely break out today. On one side was the shady Heaven Territorial Lord, one of the 5 Territorial Lords of the Heavenly Domain Alliance. On the other side was Long Chen, who was rumored to have defeated the 9th Heaven Saint Mother. Under the provocation of the shady Heaven Territorial Lord, Long Chen and Li Xuanji looked at each other calmly as if they had expected such a scene. Seeing Li Xuanji's eyes, Long Chen understood what she meant and said, "Since it's your problem, I'll let you solve it yourself. Just follow your own ideas." He could tell that although Li Xuanji was cold, she valued friendship. No matter what Mo's motive was, it was indeed her who allowed Li Xuanji to become a god and come to this greater world. She did not want to be grateful to Mo's, but she really had to get to know them. Otherwise, she was afraid that these 2 women would never stop, and that would be quite annoying. Therefore, when the ruler of the Dark Sky region provoked her, Li Xuanji faced her and said, "If it were before, I would call you Grandmaster, but it seems unnecessary now. There is indeed some entanglement between us. You have shown me kindness, but there is also resentment. To me, gratitude and grudges are equal, so I feel that gratitude and grudges can cancel each other out. I am a free person, so I will leave when I have to. I will no longer be bound by you." Therefore, the 2 of them were actually a bit ridiculous today. After all, none of us are children, so you don't have to do this. However, since the 2 of them wanted to get to know each other, Xuanji would naturally entertain them. "In today's battle, I will fight myself." At the last sentence, everyone could not believe their own slaps. Did Li Xuanji mean that she wanted to challenge the ruler of the Dark Sky region? Oh my god, I must have heard it wrong. Everyone was in a trance, let alone Mo's and the ruler of the Dark Sky region. They looked at each other and became even angrier. The ruler of the Dark Sky region said angrily, "You want to use this method to belittle me? It is completely unnecessary. Don't make me feel disgusted. Long Chen, come here." The ruler of the Dark Sky region moved away from the battlefield of the Divine Demon Emperors. This Divine Demon Buzhou Mountain was a big battlefield, and it could withstand the impact of their battle. However, Li Xuanji turned around and nodded to Long Chen, then left Long Chen and went to the battlefield alone. Seeing Li Xuanji's beautiful figure fluttering in the wind, the God Emperors were still puzzled. What on earth was Long Chen planning? You court death. The ruler of the Dark Sky region felt humiliated. Enraged, he was about to attack Li Xuanji. However, right at this moment, a sword appeared in Li Xuanji's hand. It was an illusory time sword. When this sword appeared, the battlefield of the Divine Demon Emperors roared, creating a huge commotion. The Divine Demon Emperors gazed at Li Xuanji like a tiger watching its prey, as if it could erupt at any time to resist the Great Void Demon Sword. Of course, Li Xuanji could use the Great Void Demon Sword. She could even use the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, because at this moment, she was like a clone of Long Chen. When she used the first law of transformation, it was almost like a clone of Long Chen. It was just a different appearance, and it had its own thoughts. As soon as the original incipient grade divine weapon appeared, the Dark Sky Region Master was so scared that she almost got hurt. She wanted to take action, but she halted and looked at Li Xuanji in fright. She was so scared that she almost peed herself. From her pale face, it could be seen how terrifying this scene was to her. You. It's an original incipient grade divine weapon. It looks like the Chaos Saint Sun's Great Void Demon Sword. The ruler of the Dark Sky region couldn't help but shiver. Down below, Mo Sang also fell to the ground when he heard about the original incipient grade divine weapon. She was dumbstruck. They could accept that Long Chen was strong, but the fact that Li Xuanji could control the original incipient grade divine weapon was a nightmare to them. They knew Li Xuanji's foundation the best. It was ordinary. In front of these giant frost snakes, Li Xuanji was as tiny as a speck of dust. Rumble! The 9 soul shredding needles activated the icy centuries principles, shaking the heavens and the earth. The fiend god Buzhou mountain trembled, and the god kings couldn't even stand steadily. Everywhere he went, countless pieces of ice formed. Facing such rules, the god kings were all moved. Only Li Xuanji's expression didn't change. She waved the great void demon sword. Although her temperament was different from Long Chen's, there were still some similarities when she used the same principles. Death rain killing calamity. The great void demon sword moved like lightning. Although it didn't have the core of the death rain, the death rain killing calamity wasn't any different. Behind Li Xuanji, an endless blood sea appeared. That blood sea gathered on the great void demon sword. In just a blink of an eye, it shot out a dragon-shaped sword energy. The great void demon sword was of the time class. Although it didn't have the death rain killing calamity, its creator god power was stronger than the ghost blood curse. For now, it was stronger than the ghost blood curse. The dragon-shaped sword energy burst out. A giant dragon charged forward, and 9 giant frost snakes charged forward. The two clashed in an instant. The result was that the great void demon sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It smashed the ice along its way. Under the murderous aura and the prestige of the original incipient grade divine weapon, the icy centuries principles and the 9 soul shredding needles were shattered. After the divine dragon, everything exploded. Boom boom boom. It was a shocking scene that people couldn't believe. The last thing they saw was the 9 soul shredding needles being blown away from the fiend god Buzhou mountain. The dark sky region master was also running away, his face pale. Chapter 3094. With the original incipient grade divine weapon in her hand, Li Xuanji had defeated the Ice Soul Goddess with just one strike. Even her 9 soul crushing needles were scattered and scattered. Although the domain lord wasn't severely wounded, it was still humiliating for her to be defeated with just one strike. Of course, it had also shocked the crowd. If Long Chen had defeated the Shady Sky Region Master by himself, the Divine Emperors wouldn't have been so shocked. However, the one who did it was Li Xuanji. When she left the fiend god Buzhou mountain, she was still a Divine Emperor. Li Xuanji can't be that strong. It must be Long Chen. It must be Long Chen. That monster must have done something to her. Emo Sang screamed mournfully. Her face was pale, and she was on the verge of collapse. Her biggest support was no match for her former disciple. Unfortunately, everyone was still praising her, and no one paid attention to her. It's a terrible miracle. But, I still don't believe that Li Xuanji could reach this level by herself. I think Long Chen had used that rule in the third heaven or Pangu continent. Obviously, this Li Xuanji was created by Long Chen. This Long Chen has so many secrets. So many that it's ridiculous and scary. Almost all the praises were transferred to Long Chen. The Shady Sky domain ruler had never experienced such humiliation before. After she steadied herself, she shouted angrily, "Shut up!" Instantly, an icy wave swept through the world. Extreme cold winds howled in the surrounding dominions, and it rained heavily. Instantly, the coldness enveloped everything. Under this cold, all the god emperors shut their mouths and shivered. Some primordial god emperors could not withstand it and hurriedly returned to the emperor god fiend battlefield. Evil creature. The Ice Soul Goddess had returned. Her long hair fluttered in the starry sky, and her eyes were as cold as ice. She stood in the center of the storm, brimming with the power of a supreme deity. Unfortunately, the way Li Xuanji looked at her had never changed. It was still calm. "I was just careless. Don't be too happy." The Shady Sky region lord's pretty face was pale. She had unintentionally shown her power to the extreme. At this moment, a dark green flag appeared in her hand. She held the flag and danced in the wind and snow like a fairy in the starry sky. That's the Dark Sky Demon Flag. It's the ultimate fortune divine weapon of the Dark Sky ruler. However, it hasn't reached the semi-eternal level yet, so it can't resist the Great Void Demon Sword. However, the Dark Sky ruler wants to suppress Li Xuanji with his power and rules. From the discussion of the crowd, Long Chen learned the name of this dark sky devil flag. However, he didn't care, because Li Xuanji was already very close to him. Suddenly, at this moment, the Shady Sky Region Lord's cold eyes shot out. Today, I will settle things with you, my evil disciple. You deceived your master, killed your ancestors, and repaid kindness with enmity. Even if you can escape today, you won't have a good end in the future. She was so angry that she said such rude words. However, Li Xuanji didn't care about her at all. Icebound worlds. The Lord of the Dark Sky region waved the Dark Sky Demon flag. Wherever the flag passed, the wind and clouds would change, and everything would be frozen in ice. The terrifying cold wave swept across the world, and couldn't be stopped. For a moment, the whole area within a radius of hundreds of millions of meters, except for the battlefield and its surroundings, was covered by the icebound world. It was spectacular. It was as if a huge ball of ice had appeared on Mount Buzhou. Everyone was frozen, and it was like a seal. If no one could break it, they would stay here forever. Under the attack of the Shady Firmament Territorial Lord, the Divine Emperors had to hide in the battlefield of the Emperor Demon Gods in a panic. Otherwise, they would have been frozen and sealed like Li Xuanji and Long Chen. It's over. The Shady Sky Region Lord's rule power is too terrifying. He froze such a large area. Is it going to end like this? While the Divine Emperors were still guessing, Li Xuanji was frozen in the center of the ice. She looked more like an ice goddess. At first, she was motionless. Break! The Shady Sky Region Lord's shrill voice spread out. She wanted to break the ice. Under the rule power, Li Xuanji and Long Chen were about to be turned into powder. The Divine Emperors couldn't help but worry. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Li Xuanji's eyes. She waved the Great Void Demon Sword, and the ice in front of her instantly shattered. Rumble! After the Great Void Demon Sword loosened, a rule power followed. This was also Li Xuanji's first attempt. She only used a very low level of rule power. Rebirth Cleave. The Rebirth Cleave was the strongest and most effective rule power to break the icebound world. The other rule power was targeted at living things, not inanimate things. At this moment, the rule power of Karma and Slaughter rule power had completely fused in the Great Void Demon Sword. The Great Void Demon Sword only played the role of a source of power. The Rebirth Cleave was just a sword light. The sword light swept out, but in front of this sword light, all the ice was like powder. It shattered and disappeared, as if it had never been there. The Rebirth Cleave did not change at all. It opened up a huge path in the icebound world, directly to the Shady Sky Region Lord. To be honest, this was the rule power that Long Chen had the highest attainment in. So, the Shady Sky Region Lord was really scared. She had never thought that her rule power could be broken so easily. Under Li Xuanji's Rebirth Cleave, his icebound world was like cotton, unable to resist at all. Swish! Swish! Everything was shattered. The Shady Sky Region Lord and the Shady Sky Demon Flag were exposed to the Rebirth Cleave. At that moment, the Shady Sky Region Lord finally realized what fear was. She screamed, her face pale. No matter how hard she waved the Shady Sky Demon Flag, the Rebirth Cleave still hit her body. Of course, she blocked it with the Shady Sky Demon Flag. Get lost! The Shady Sky Region Lord screamed shrilly. The God Emperors opened their eyes wide. Rip! Boom! What everyone saw was the Heavenly Een Demon Flag in front of the God Emperors. It was a dignified eternal rank fortune divine weapon. However, it was torn into powder with a loud bang, disappearing into the myriad worlds. Even the God Emperors felt a heartache, not to mention the Domain Lord himself. No! Emo Sang knelt on the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. Puff! After breaking the Shady Sky Demon Flag, the Rebirth Cleave still had some power left. It slashed the Shady Sky Region Lord. Although it didn't have much power left, it still almost cut the Shady Sky Region Lord in half. Blood splashed everywhere. The Shady Sky Region Lord screamed in pain. She was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. She was seriously injured and defeated by Li Xuanji. She didn't have the face and dignity to stay here anymore. Her mind was in a mess, so she fled in panic, leaving Emo Sang behind. Boom! 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 The ice around them turned into powder, and the crowd came out of the battlefield. However, their footsteps were light, and they couldn't even stand steadily. In the blink of an eye, they saw the Shady Sky region lord run away with heavy injuries. They didn't say anything. They were also dumbfounded. They knew that Li Xuanji would defeat her opponent, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. From the beginning, it wasn't just a battle, but a crushing defeat. When the Shady Sky region lord disappeared, the crowd slowly regained their breath. In their eyes, Li Xuanji descended from the sky and landed next to Long Chen. Then, they appeared in front of Mo Sang. At this time, Mo Sang couldn't even stand straight. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling. She looked at them and stammered, "You? What do you want to do? Don't kill me." This time, she was really scared. "You do it." Long Chen let Li Xuanji solve her own problem. However, after hearing Long Chen's words, Mo Sang thought that Long Chen had asked Li Xuanji to do it. She was so scared that she wet her pants. Tears streamed down her face, and she directly knelt down to beg for mercy. Li Xuanji helped her up and said, "I don't want to be entangled with you at all. From today on, I have nothing to do with you and the Shady Sky region. We don't owe each other anything. Do you have any more questions?" "No, absolutely no problem," Mo Sang quickly said. Mose hurriedly said. She guessed that Li Xuanji was not going to kill her. "That's good. If you continue to pester me, I won't forgive you next time. Let's go." After Li Xuanji's last sentence, Mo Sang ran away in embarrassment, as if she was sleepwalking. She didn't even look back. Everyone understood that from today on, they would have to hide in the Shady Sky region for a long time. They wouldn't dare to go out. Done. Li Xuanji didn't say much. She smiled at Long Chen and went back. Long Chen faced all the Emperor gods on the battlefield. For a moment, every Emperor god, including the Ape Deity Emperor, the Bliss Deity Emperor, and Invincible God, looked at him with deep admiration. The Ape Deity Emperor led the other Emperor gods and said respectfully, "I didn't expect you to reach such a realm today. I'm really envious. Of course, this is your good fortune. We can only admire you." The Bliss Deity Emperor looked Long Chen up and down and said, "Seeing you today, I can't believe it. You fought in the paradise of the gods. I was a little cold to you back then. You won't hold a grudge today, will you? If so, I'm doomed." She was such a cold person back then, but now she looked a little embarrassed in front of Long Chen. As for Invincible God and the others, they didn't want to talk to Long Chen, but they looked a little helpless. They had worked hard enough, but the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Xing Wuji squeezed to the front and looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "Well, Long Chen, can I ask how you got the Great Void Demon Sword?" Everyone was looking forward to it because it was the son of chaos. "I've been a little busy lately, and I've been very helpless. After all, I'm different from full-time authors. I haven't graduated yet. To be honest, a diploma isn't that important to me at this time. But I've studied hard for more than 10 years to graduate from university. Everyone knows what it means to a student, so I have to complete my graduation project, graduate internship, and so on. I have to study for exams, and I have to move my things away from this campus. I feel that all this can only mean that I'm still young. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. I'm still in university, but to be able to do this, it's a form of pride, not a burden. I'll graduate in June. When the time comes, Lunatic will truly be a full-time author. I've been very busy lately, and it's been very hard. I've worked hard, but it doesn't matter. I believe that people who work hard, no matter what kind of pressure and slander they have to endure, will have good results. I'm also grateful to everyone who still understands me for their support. Thank you. An author isn't a robot. Writing a book is an individual's job, not a team's. A team can cooperate with each other, they can ask for leave, and they can help each other. However, a person has a life, and there will definitely be fluctuations in updates. I've persevered for almost 3 years, more than 900 days, and close to 10 million words. As a student author, I can say that I've done it with a clear conscience. I'm also especially grateful to the hundreds of thousands of readers who have given me peace of mind to write, food to eat, and write my dreams. My graduation isn't the end, it's just the beginning of my career. Thank you all for sticking with me, fighting hard for 10 years, and never abandoning me. I'm grateful to all the kind and tolerant people. I'm willing to lay down my life and shed my blood for you all. Chapter 3095. The Great Void Demon Sword was actually nothing to be afraid of. Across the entire universe, only the four rulers could suppress Long Chen. But in reality, they could not do anything to Long Chen, as Long Chen came and went like a shadow. With the worlds of life and death, as long as the Chaos Demon ancestor left the eternal swirl, Long Chen would not necessarily lack the power to fend him off. As a result, there was no one in the entire universe that could threaten him right now. He said directly, "I stole it from the Saint of Chaos." Ha! The Divine Kings were stunned when they heard that. They were filled with disbelief. They discovered they had underestimated Long Chen once again. They understood that Long Chen was definitely more powerful than Li Xuanji. Even Li Xuanji could do something like this, so Long Chen must be even more powerful. The Saint of Chaos had always been believed to be the most powerful existence below the four rulers. For Long Chen to steal his most precious Great Void Demon Sword from him was no different from killing him. That's unbelievable. You're no longer a divine king. You've become a god in such a short amount of time. You're basically a miracle that hasn't happened in the past tens of millions of years. The divine kings could not help but praise him. Every single one of their gazes was filled with envy. Of course, they were also filled with respect for the strong and miracles. Even Ji Taishu, who had once looked down on Long Chen the most, shut his mouth now. He hid behind the crowd and gazed at Long Chen enviously. "I originally wanted to challenge you. You'll probably catch up to my father before long." The unrivaled god's smile was filled with helplessness. He was right. Long Chen's current goal in the shortest time possible was to catch up to the four rulers and Liu Ya. He needed to possess the ability to rule over the universe in the future. He had only come this time to take a look. The Dark Star Divine King had once helped him out a lot. Long Chen arrived beside the Dark Star Divine King and said to everyone, "Everyone, I'd like to speak to the Dark Star Divine King alone." Hearing this, the crowd dispersed. Basically, they had to listen to whatever Long Chen said. Looking at the current Long Chen, the Dark Star God King's eyes brimmed with tears. If old geezer Dong Hua were still alive and saw you right now, he'd probably be particularly proud. After all, you're slightly related to him. His divine sword Demon Pagoda had indeed helped Long Chen greatly during that period of time. Long Chen had shone brilliantly on the fiend god Buzhou Mountain, and it had started with the divine sword Demon Pagoda. Great Emperor Dong Hua. Long Chen had to admit that if the Dark Star God Emperor had not mentioned him, Long Chen would have almost forgotten about him. "I once promised him that I would help him find his murderer, but I haven't put any effort into it. I'm really ashamed." Long Chen admitted that he had gone back on his word a little when it came to this. After all, he had encountered far too many things in the past. He could not help but push this matter to the back of his mind. Even though the great Emperor Dong Hua and the divine sword Demon Pagoda seemed rather insignificant to him right now, it was still a promise after all. The Dark Star God Emperor shook his head. "You can't blame yourself for that. You're faced with a lot of matters, so you obviously have to deal with the important ones. What happened to Dong Hua is already a small matter to you. You just have to pay a little more attention in the future and keep an eye on it." Long Chen fell silent after hearing that and began to connect the dots. Very soon he found a point and said, "This matter felt very complicated in the past, but looking at it now, it seems much simpler. The invisible person back then should have used a law called nothingness, and out of the myriad worlds, the only person I know who knows this law seems to be him." "Who?" the Dark Star God Emperor asked in a hurry. Long Chen said, "The Great Emperor's Heaven. When Ji Taishu once fought against me, he summoned a primeval troll known as the Omniscient Demon. This primeval troll can use the law of nothingness and is invisible, but it's clearly not Ji Taishu. As a result, I'm guessing it's the ruler of the Great Emperor's Heaven's heaven, who also possesses the bloodline of a demon emperor, Shinjun. The omniscient demon that fought against the great Emperor Dong Hua in the past was probably just too powerful, such that Long Chen dared not approach it at all, so he obviously did not know about it. However, with his current cultivation, recalling it was nothing difficult. It's him." The Dark Star God Emperor was taken aback. He shook his head in a hurry and said, "That's impossible. There's no grievance between the two of them at all. To Shinjun, Dong Hua is just an insignificant figure. There's no need for him at all." Long Chen still believed in his own judgment. He said, "Whether it's him or not, all I have to do is pay a visit to the Great Emperor's heaven. I'll meet this Shinjun, and everything will become clear. The Dark Star God Emperor hesitated for a while before asking, "Then, may I be so bold as to ask if you can contend against Shinjun right now? I'm worried that you'll be in danger." Long Chen smiled. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems at all. I'll tell you if there's any good news. Also, I've passed by this time mainly to thank you for taking care of me that day. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can come find me at any time." He was a person who knew how to repay a debt of gratitude. He had to repay anyone who helped him. A droplet of gratitude would be repaid with a gushing spring. The Dark Star God Emperor smiled too. In his eyes, Long Chen was still Long Chen. He had a pure heart. "Then I'll be going first." There was no time to lose. Long Chen glanced past the crowd and saw Ji Taishu. After bidding farewell to the Dark Star God Emperor, Long Chen bid farewell to everyone else before turning around and leaving. However, no one noticed that Ji Taishu had vanished from the crowd at the same time. "Long Chen, why have you captured me?" In outer space, Ji Taishu struggled desperately under Long Chen's control. His face was sunken. "I want to pay a visit to your great emperor's heaven. Please lead the way." Long Chen smiled faintly. "You're not asking me to lead the way, are you? You're clearly kidnapping me," Ji Taishu said furiously. To him, this was humiliation and revenge, but what could he do about Long Chen? He was just too powerful, so powerful that he felt despair. He thought about how he had completely looked down on this guy in the past. Long Chen approached him and said, "Your father was the one who killed Emperor Donghua, right?" "What did you say?" Ji Taishu was taken aback. Long Chen used the Eye of Wishes and asked again. This time, Ji Taishu answered obediently, "I don't know. He never told me, but my guess is that it's probably the case. After all, he can only summon the formless demon without anyone noticing. Under the Eye of Wishes, he could only state his true thoughts." Long Chen only wanted to confirm it first. If even Ji Taishu thought the same, then it would be even better. He got Lingxi to summon the Gate of the Universe. The Gate of the Universe had reached the Great Emperor's heaven before, so it could be reached in one go. "Let's go." "Where are you taking me?" Ji Taishu struggled and called out in a hurry after returning to his senses. But no matter how he struggled, Long Chen still brought him into the Gate of the Universe easily. "Save me." At the last moment, Ji Taishu cried for help. It wasn't too far from the demon god Buzhou Mountain to the Great Emperor's heaven. About 3 days later, Long Chen brought Ji Taishu out of the Gate of the Universe. When he descended beside the Great Emperor's heaven, Xin Jun was already waiting for Long Chen, a supreme god with many deity emperors behind him. All the experts of the Great Emperor's heaven had arrived. The Great Emperor's heaven was a huge land, an eternal realm world. It was shrouded in white mist, like a dream. No wonder it was called the Heaven Domain. Within the white mist, there was a golden mist that soared into the sky. Shen Jun had long golden hair and his temperament was very similar to Di Jun. 2 golden snakes coiled around his neck. He looked like an ancient person from ancient times. Because he cultivated monarch law. He was the person with the densest monarch aura that Long Chen had ever seen. In this eternal realm world, he was an eternal monarch. At this moment, he already knew that Long Chen would come, so he waited here. When Long Chen appeared with Ji Taishu, the entire Great Emperor's heaven tensed up. "Long Chen, let me go." Ji Taishu's attitude hardened when he saw his father. He glared fiercely at Long Chen. Long Chen grabbed his neck like he was holding a chicken. He then looked at Shen Jun and said, "You must be the Heaven's Ma Domain Lord. I came here today to ask you a question. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll return him to you." Long Chen's arrogant attitude naturally infuriated the experts of the Great Emperor's heaven. However, Shen Jun knew about Long Chen's achievements, especially the recent rumors that he defeated the Chaos Saint Child. Although not many people believed it, the rumors weren't groundless. "Ask first." Long Chen didn't hold back and said, "All right, I'll ask you, do you have anything to do with Great Emperor Donghua's death?" Here, Shen Jun had great authority. If he told the God Kings to be quiet, the God Kings would remain calm and gloomy. Long Chen stared at Shen Jun, waiting for his answer. Shen Jun's eyes were indifferent. After a while he shook his head and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about. Who is Great Emperor Donghua? You don't need to play dumb. You've already told me everything he knows. He said that in the myriad worlds, only you can summon Wu Mo. Long Chen's imposing manner made Shen Jun speechless. Their eyes met. Under Long Chen's pressure, Shen Jun suddenly said, Long Chen, I won't argue with you because you're an outstanding junior. However, if you continue to be so aggressive, let's see who's stronger. Let go of my son and fight. That's fine too. It felt like if Shen Jun didn't suppress him in strength, he wouldn't admit it. As for Ji Taishu, it was useless. Long Chen threw Ji Taishu to Shen Jun. You're straightforward. I'm also curious if you're really as legendary as the rumors say. Shen Jun caught Ji Taishu and protected him. Then, he let the God Kings retreat. When the two of them collided, their auras terrified all the God Emperors. Long Chen took a quick look and found that Shen Jun was quite capable. At the very least, he was equivalent to Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens and slightly stronger than Divine Lord Taihao. Chapter 3096. Shen Jun was an existence that had reached the highest level of monarch law and summoning law. At the same time, he could also transform into an existence called Demon Sovereign. At this moment, outside the Great Desolation King's heaven, under the attention of billions of living beings, Shen Jun was like a peerless monarch, ruling the world with his boundless divine might. In his eyes, millions of stars were born and destroyed. Boundless energy surged out from the myriad worlds and gathered in Shen Jun's body. At this moment, all living beings and demons in the Great Desolation King's heaven were cheering and roaring for Shen Jun. Please make your move. Shen Jun roared. The voice of a monarch swept across the myriad worlds. The strangeness of monarch law was that it could make people feel that it was powerful in every aspect. You're welcome. Long Chen smiled faintly. If he took out the Great Void Demon Sword, it would be too much of a bully. Although the Great Void Demon Sword was powerful, he still preferred the Ghost Blood Curse. When the Ghost Blood Curse appeared in Long Chen's hand, a blood-red light surged out, forming a monstrous killing intent. It seemed to be able to completely resist Shen Jun's monarch aura, even suppressing it. The God Emperor will definitely destroy this legend. At this moment, the gods of the Great Desolation King's heaven were filled with confidence. They called Shen Jun the God Emperor. However, Long Chen was very straightforward. Before the other party could make a move, he made his move. The Ghost Blood Curse slashed towards the sky, causing a sea of blood to surge behind him. The sea of blood was as huge as the entire Great Desolation King's heaven, causing the gods of the Great Desolation King's heaven to shut their mouths. Such a huge sea of blood condensed on the Ghost Blood Curse. The core of the death world glowed, and the sword swept out. Blood-colored sword chi burst forth and slashed towards Shen Jun's head. Just this move alone caused Shen Jun's expression to change drastically. A killing move right off the bat? Shen Jun was shocked. He hurriedly summoned 10 primeval troll, including Wu and Mo. There were also many primeval troll that Long Chen didn't know the names of. The 10 primeval troll gathered together and used their monarch law to block Long Chen's attack. Rumble. Long Chen's expression was cold. He lowered his sword and welcomed the real confrontation. In that instant, 10 primeval troll blocked the sword chi. Destroy! Shen Jun gave orders, full of confidence. But now, Long Chen's death rain tribulation was so destructive that 10 primeval troll were ripped to shreds by Long Chen. Blood rained down from the sky above the Great Desolation Imperial Heaven domain, and it was hard to say how many lives would be affected by the influence of the primeval troll bloodline. Perhaps they would grow stronger, or perhaps they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom. Wherever the sword light went, everything was destroyed. The last slash landed on Shen Jun's monarch law. The monarch law was a golden shield. With a violent impact, it produced a power that shook hundreds of thousands of li. With a loud bang, the shield shattered into millions of pieces. Only then did the power of Long Chen's death rain tribulation dissipate completely. Just one slash had forced Shen Jun into a miserable state, forcing him to retreat 300,000 steps. He almost fell into the Great Desolation Imperial Heaven domain. Is this all the Domain Lord of Heaven domain can do? I didn't even use half of my strength just now. With one slash, Long Chen had completely crushed Shen Jun. His voice reverberated throughout the Great Desolation Imperial Heaven domain, causing a huge uproar and unwillingness. But the truth was the truth. Now, everybody knew how terrifying Long Chen's strength was. Although they were cursing, they were still frightened. Among the billions of creatures in the Great Desolation Imperial Heaven, Xin Jun was the supreme being. But now, he was defeated by Long Chen with one move. Not to mention anything else, he had lost half of his face and pride. Xin Jun's face paled. He roared, disregarding the god emperors around him, and attacked again. In front of Long Chen. You're not bad, but you still have a long way to go if you want to humiliate me. In an instant, Xin Jun reached his peak state. In front of Long Chen, he had completely transformed from an absolute emperor to a demon. Long Chen was familiar with the era heavenly demon. It was an illusory body, but it would always have a form. The eternal devil in front of him was exactly the same as the era heavenly demon. It was just that the era heavenly demon was illusory, while the eternal devil was solid. His wings, claws, and black dragon scales were all overbearing and ferocious. Apparently, he had doubled in just a moment. After the transformation, Xin Jun's fighting capacity had increased tremendously. This Xin Jun in front of him was a real primeval troll. It wasn't a rule that made him look like this. The God Emperor is mighty and will live forever. Evil creatures in the alien world will be killed. At this moment, the gods and demons led the people in the world to shout at the same time. The combined roar of billions of people was a great shock to Long Chen. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear that terrible roar. Scram. Shen Jun, who was also the supreme demon, pierced through the sky and attacked. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart and everything was trembling. The bloody aura was the complete opposite of the previous monarch's aura. You're meddling too much. Also, don't think that just because you're strong, you can control everyone. The supreme demon's roar was exceptionally terrifying. Against his majestic aura, Long Chen responded with a cold sword. This sword looked simpler, but it was even more terrifying. It was even more terrifying than when Li Xuanji used the Great Void Demon Sword. Rebirth Slash. At this moment, the sword slashed down. Slaughter and Kama fused together. On one side was the power of slaughter, and on the other was the power of decomposition. This sword was unstoppable. It reached the supreme demon in an instant, making him feel an unprecedented threat of death. Heart of the supreme demon. Primeval Troll quickly acted. He was already at his limit. The monstrous demonic chi condensed into a pitch-black heart in front of him. There were countless black demonic snakes squirming on the heart. Black chi filled the air, like a huge mouth devouring the heavens and earth, swallowing towards Long Chen. Break. Long Chen remained where he was and did not move at all. The rebirth chop rushed forward and collided with the heart of the eternal demon. In an instant, a terrifying thing happened. The heart of the eternal demon was constantly melting in front of the rebirth chop, shattering into powder and dissipating. The laws that the eternal demon was most confident in were completely shattered, and the eternal demon was completely exposed to Long Chen. Clearly, Long Chen still crushed him easily. The rebirth slash had no chance to dodge. Just as the supreme demon was trembling, the rebirth slash pierced through his body. The supreme demon used all his strength to resist, and only then did the rebirth slash deviate slightly. It missed his rule and pierced through his abdomen, tearing a bloody hole. Rip. In an instant, blood filled the air. Suffering such a heavy injury, the supreme demon screamed and could no longer maintain this state. He reverted to his Shen Jun form in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Shen Jun's face was pale and his body was trembling. While his mind was still blank, Long Chen appeared in front of him in an instant. Without a word, the ghost blood curse was already on Shen Jun's neck. The ghost blood curse with the word swastika was madly surging towards his body. Whoosh. Originally, the gods and demons were shouting, but when this happened, all the shouting came to an abrupt halt. For a moment, there was an unprecedented suffocation. Everyone had a dull and pained expression, completely dumbfounded. Especially Ji Taishu, who was protected by the gods and demons. He saw with his own eyes the person he admired the most being completely suppressed at this moment. Don't move. He will take your life, Long Chen said plainly. This caused Shen Jun to stop immediately and stare blankly at Long Chen. Actually, there is no need to be so surprised. I have fought opponents much stronger than you. If you knew that I had defeated the Chaos Sun, you would not be so aggrieved. After hearing Long Chen say this, Shen Jun felt much better. But this way, he realized that Long Chen made him feel fear. A deep sense of fear. What do you want to do? Now, Everyone behind him was holding their breath as they watched this scene. Their worldview was collapsing at this moment. Longchen said, "Didn't I say it before? Actually, I know that you were the one who killed Donghua the Great Emperor. There is no need for you to quibble. The nameless demon you summoned just now is the one from before. When you killed Donghua the Great Emperor, I was by your side." Xin Jun's expression changed repeatedly. "It's you. I actually saw you back then. You were so weak. I didn't expect." Xin Jun's expression became even more shocked. What he regretted most now was that he did not kill Long Chen at that time. "Did you admit it?" "It was indeed him. That made things easier." Long Chen said, "I once promised Donghua the Great Emperor that I would avenge him. He helped me when I was in trouble, and I happen to be a person who keeps his promises. So you are unlucky. For a mere Donghua the Great Emperor, you actually want to kill me." Shen Jun felt that this matter was unbelievable, but Long Chen did not seem to be joking. His ghost blood curse was already ready. "Friend, benefactor, his strength and status are not important to me. You can only blame your bad luck." When Long Chen said this, Shin Jun's expression changed drastically. He said, "Wait, you can't kill me. Otherwise, you will regret it. You don't know how important the things I have on me are." Long Chen actually felt very strange. He stared at Shin Jun and said, "I also don't understand. Donghua the Great Emperor is so far away from you. Why do you have to be so secretive in order to kill him? Why does it seem like you are silencing him? If you don't explain clearly, you won't be able to escape today." Shin Jun sneered and said, "Long Chen, are you sure you want to threaten me? I just want to clarify this issue. Of course, even if I don't understand, it won't affect me from helping him avenge." In a spiritual confrontation, Long Chen had the complete upper hand. Shen Jun did not even dare to look him in the eye. "Besides, I am very curious about your eternal devil bloodline." Long Chen's intuition told him that this guy might be related to the primeval troll. Chapter 3097. The battle between Long Chen and Shin Jun was very similar to the battle between Li Xuanji and the Domain Lord of the Dark Sky region. Basically, the opponent was defeated in 2 moves, without the slightest strength to resist. With this battle, at least in the northern starfield, Long Chen's name would once again spread far and wide, surpassing the imaginations of the gods. It wouldn't be a problem for him to shake the infinite realms. Long Chen would also rely on his various battles and deeds to solidify his position in the infinite realms. Now, with Shen Jun bowing his head, the gods and demons of the great wilderness Emperor Heaven and the common people did not dare to move. They looked nervously at Long Chen and Shin Jun, worried that Long Chen would accidentally kill Shin Jun. Under Long Chen's suppression, Shin Jun could not hold on any longer and finally chose to compromise. But in fact, at this moment, he did not worry much about death, which also showed that he had something to rely on. "Your curiosity is not without an end. In that case, I'll give you a reason why you can't kill me. Do you know the place called the Demonic Dragon Ancient Tomb?" The Demonic Dragon Ancient Tomb. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, because he had heard of this place. The Chaos Demons had mentioned this place. "From your expression, it seems that you know about it. It is said that you were there during the ancient demon chaos on Pangu continent. You must have seen the Chaos Demons, so it is not surprising that you know about this place." Long Chen did know the name of this place from the mouth of the Chaos Demons, but he really knew about this place from the Era Demon. "So what if you know about the Demonic Dragon Ancient Tomb?" Long Chen's ghost blood curse did not loosen at all. Shen Jun smiled and said, "To be honest with your personality, if there is no real reason for you to be afraid, you will not let me go. So, listen carefully. There is a place called the Demonic Dragon Ancient Tomb, where the number of primeval troll is comparable to the number of gods and demons in the myriad worlds, and even the number of supreme god primeval troll is similar to that of the myriad worlds. I have broken into that place before." Today's events had already exceeded Long Chen's expectations. He was only here to seek justice for the Donghua Great Monarch, so he naturally did not know that it would involve the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb, nor did he know that Shen Jun had been to the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. "So what?" Long Chen asked. "The number of primeval troll is comparable to the number of gods and demons in the myriad worlds. Once they arrive in the myriad worlds, they will start a war of the myriad worlds, enough to destroy the myriad worlds and kill trillions of living beings. Aren't you surprised? It's just your side of the story. I might not believe it. All right, but I think you'll believe me eventually. Let me continue. That's right. I accidentally entered the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb and alarmed one of the supreme experts. He had the power to easily suppress me, and when he discovered me, he naturally defeated me. However, he did not kill me, but instead signed a troll contract with me. It had been a long time since he had heard this term. The Ji-Yuan Sky Demon had always relied on the troll contract to subdue him. Unexpectedly, he had actually signed the troll contract. This way, the matter of him being able to transform into a primeval troll could be explained. The Ji-Yuan Sky Demon had said that after signing the troll contract, one would transform into a primeval troll. Therefore, Shen Jun's current true identity was actually a primeval troll. He even knew about the troll contract, so Long Chen knew that everything he said was true. Of course, he still showed a doubtful attitude and asked, "So you can transform into an emperor devil, but what does this have to do with whether I will kill you or not? If you kill me, you will definitely regret it. What I said before was only the premise. The real point is, if you force me into a corner, be careful that I will go all out and burn my life as the price to open the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, awaken hundreds of millions of primeval troll, and let hundreds of millions of primeval troll descend into the myriad worlds and destroy the myriad worlds. If the myriad worlds are grasslands and we are sheep, then the primeval troll are jackals and wolves." Shen Jun was very ferocious, loud, and agitated. After saying this threatening sentence, he finally made Long Chen understand what he wanted to express. "You can treat me as a pitiful person. I'm the same as you. I even have the people of the great emperor's heaven behind me. I don't want them to be exterminated by the primeval troll. This is the only way I can resist the troll contract, and that is to preserve my humanity. But if you force me into a corner and don't give me a way out, then I can only choose to fight to the death and let the entire myriad worlds be buried with me." Looking at Yi Futian's distorted face, Long Chen remained calm. After listening, he roughly knew what was going on. However, there was still one question. He asked, one last question. What does this have to do with Donghua the Great Emperor? Shen Jun chuckled and said, "Actually, it's just a small matter." He went to the entrance of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb and went a little deeper. Although he came out quickly and didn't know what was inside, I can't let him leak that place. Otherwise, if he goes in too much, someone will wake up those sleeping devils. Long Chen, don't force me. I just want to live a peaceful life. I don't want to abandon this world at all. Don't let me bear the infamy. Shen Jun was extremely sincere at this time. He said seriously, freed from his madness. Are you done? What do you think? The truth was out. Long Chen thought about it from beginning to end. There didn't seem to be any flaws, but he still slightly increased the strength of the ghost blood curse, forcefully suppressing the other. He said, "How do I know if you didn't add details to the story? I believe you might have been to this place, but I don't believe there are so many primeval troll, and I don't believe you have the ability to wake them up. Then go ahead and give it a try. In any case, you will be counted as the ultimate sinner of all time. To cause the destruction of the myriad worlds for some personal grudges, you can go ahead and give it a try. You will be able to see clearly what is more important." To be honest, this was indeed a huge problem. He couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. The guy in front of him was really an old fox. This was originally a small matter for Long Chen, but now it had become a big matter. It was difficult. One wrong step could very well lead to a huge disaster. He was sure there were many primeval troll there. The only thing he couldn't be sure was whether Shen Jun could wake them up. The appearance of primeval troll wasn't a good thing. First, there would definitely be casualties. Second, if the Sky Swallowing clan was alarmed, that would be even worse. You win. Scram. In the end, Long Chen made his decision and retreated. It wasn't that he was frightened, but rather, he knew that a gentleman's revenge was never too late even after 10 years. Since he had encountered such a difficult problem today, there was no need for him to do it today. The primordial great devil was a major event, and he was truly worried that if he made a wrong move, he would destroy the myriad worlds. I'm proud of your wise decision. You saved all worlds, Shen Jun said solemnly. He retreated and glanced at Long Chen one last time. Then, he brought the gods and demons of the Great Wilderness Emperor's heaven and quickly hid in the Great Wilderness Emperor's heaven. They didn't dare to show their faces in front of Long Chen again. This person doesn't look like a good person. Plus, he signed a contract with the primeval troll. He's already on the primeval troll's side. Chen, do you really believe him? Lingxi felt that something was wrong. Not really, but not now. There are still many suspicious points. For the big picture we have to think carefully. Let's go. Someone's waiting for me. Who's waiting for you? Lingxi asked curiously. Could it be that someone was talking to Long Chen at this time? A person that you would never have thought of. He was the one who told me not to kill Xinjun, otherwise I would definitely dig out more things from his mouth. I really don't believe that he can open the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The Great Wilderness Emperor's Heaven. The God Emperor's Palace was called the God Emperor's Palace. This was the base of this world. No gods or demons could reach it. It was also the place where all living beings worshipped. It was the most sacred place. At this moment, only Shen Jun and Ji Taishu were in an empty palace. Shen Jun sat on a golden chair at the head of the hall, while Ji Taishu stood beside him. At this moment, Ji Taishu's expression was extremely ugly. He paced back and forth and finally couldn't help but ask, "Why do we have to endure? Isn't it about time now? Isn't it just around the corner to summon my great ancient demon army and crush the myriad worlds just around the corner?" Shen Jun's eyes opened a slit. That's not today. Everything should be based on the big picture. When the time is right, we will form a sky-shattering momentum. If we act now, it will only be reckless. I'm just angry that Long Chen humiliated you today. Don't worry. When the day comes, this person will definitely become our main target. At that time, we will kill him immediately. Everything he gave me today, I will return to him in the future. Ji Taishu lowered his head, still unwilling to give up. We are the destroyers, we can't be bullied and humiliated. Endure? What a joke. I really can't endure it. However, we are not the true primordial great demons. What are those beast-like existences thinking? Ji Taishu helplessly knelt on the ground. Shen Jun sympathized with him. He himself was in the same situation. He had always existed in chaos. One side was black, the other was white. However, they were in the gray area between black and white. They were driven out of the two worlds. One day, the demonic nature will completely suppress human nature. We will be devils from head to toe. So, don't think too much. Anyway, it's impossible for me to get rid of this troll contract. When the primeval troll dominates the world, with our power and contributions, we might be able to obtain happiness. The happiness of devils. We might even be able to control a higher peaks. I understand. We just have to follow the tide. That's the only way to survive. Chapter 3098. After leaving the Great Desolation Monarch realm, Long Chen continued to head north. Finally, he saw a man sitting on a broken star in front of him. The man was heading in their direction. This was a somewhat sloppily dressed man. He was barefooted, his sleeves were rolled up, and his hair was messy. He wore cotton clothes and had a straw in his mouth. He looked somewhat sloppy, but to Long Chen, he was undoubtedly a terrifying person. Especially his eyes, which were actually 8 trigrams in the shape of an octagon, and they were still spinning. When Long Chen's gaze landed on him, even if the other party had a playful smile on his face, he would still feel apprehensive. Long Chen stepped forward. Although the other party was very casual, Long Chen still felt pressured. Long Chen had seen the savage ancient god, the Heaven Dao Divine Emperor, and the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. Today, he finally saw the last of the 4 rulers, God Luya. The savage ancient god was ancient, heavy, and powerful. The Heaven Dao Divine Emperor was pure, noble, and transcendent. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor was demonic, ferocious, and terrifying. The 4th god Luya seemed to be compatible with all things. He seemed casual, but in fact, he was the closest to the world. He was very different from the terrifying image in the rumors. Lingxi finally understood. So the person who told Long Chen not to kill Xinjun was God Luya. Of course, if it was someone else, it would not be so easy to make Long Chen listen. God Luya came on a star, no different from a star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Long Chen. He sat on the star and circled Long Chen 3 times, then said, I heard from Wushuang that you appeared at the demon god Buzhou mountain, and then said that Ji Taishu disappeared, so I knew you came to see Xinjun. No wonder he was here. Since they knew each other's identities, Long Chen did not ask any further. The desolate ancient god was very kind to him. The heavenly Tao divine emperor did not seem to reject him, and the heavenly god Luya treated him like a friend. The only one who was hostile was the monster patriarch of chaos. Perhaps it was because he was human that the three paragons were like this. Did Senior Luya specially come here because of this? Long Chen asked respectfully. No, the main reason is to take a look at the person who will become the #1 in the myriad worlds in the future. How cool is the president? Heavenly god Luya laughed. This startled Long Chen. He remembered that his style of speaking was somewhat similar to Kitten's. Unfortunately, Kitten was still adapting to her body and had not woken up yet. The future is still far away. Senior, please stop joking around. Just call me Brother Luya. Anyway, based on my observations, you are a miracle. No matter how I stop you, you will be above me in the future. When that time comes, you will be my senior. The other party was straightforward, and Long Chen smiled. He did not want to be pretentious on this matter. Since Sky God Luya did not treat him as an outsider, Long Chen said directly, "How much do you know about Xinjun?" "I know everything he said just now. Moreover, he said that he can make billions of primeval troll descend into the myriad worlds. That is true. He can really do it, and he does not need to use his life." When he mentioned this matter, Long Chen was shocked. He was actually still suspicious, but even God of Heaven Luya had said so, and it was even more serious. How can you be sure? Long Chen still found it hard to believe. Heavenly God Luya curled his lips and laughed. He is in the Northern Star region, right under my nose. One of my rules is that I can see everything in the myriad worlds and hear everything in the myriad worlds. After you left, he said a few more words to Ji Taishu, but they did not escape my ears. He thought he could hide it from me, but he could not. Long Chen understood. Although they said that the time they were waiting for is almost here, according to my understanding, almost means at least a few decades or 100 years. In this period of time, I need to understand more information. At the same time, I will ally with Ancient God Savage Wilderness and the Heaven Path Divine Emperor to set up some defenses. I will try to communicate with the monster race. As a human, I'm afraid we will need your strength in the future. I even feel that you might be the key to victory. Long Chen knew that what Heavenly God Luya saw was different from what he saw. This was because he did not know of the Sky-Swallowing clan's existence. To him, the primeval troll was a type of demon that was about to awaken from a deep slumber. And what Long Chen saw was the Sky-Swallowing clan behind them. No matter what, this was a bad thing. It might even speed up the process of the Sky-Swallowing clan digesting the myriad worlds. This would greatly affect Long Chen's future plans. Now his thoughts were in a mess. Don't worry, I will definitely do my part, Long Chen said confidently. The myriad worlds were his roots. He did not want the myriad worlds to be harmed. From the looks of it, it might really be the primeval troll's own actions. Since the Era Sky Demon and the Chaos Demon could wake up and appear, the other primeval troll might also wake up. If that was the case, Xinjun could not be killed yet. Otherwise, it might speed up the process and cause chaos in the myriad worlds. By then, Heavenly God Luya would not be ready. Hearing Long Chen's words, Heavenly God Luya was relieved. He said, "You seem to have other things to do. Hurry up and do them. In the future, I might look for you frequently to discuss about the primeval troll." Long Chen really needed to hurry to the ancestral star. Of course, he still needed to improve his strength and go to the time tunnel to retrieve the core. Only then would he have a lot of time to nurture the dragon god and build a super world that belonged to the dragon god. When the time comes, I will be there. With that, just as Long Chen was about to leave, Heavenly God Luya suddenly called him and asked, "Are you going to the ancestral star?" Hearing this name, Long Chen was shocked. Long Chen did not tell him about it. How did he know? Seeing Long Chen's confusion, Luya chuckled and said, "If you go in this direction, the most likely destination for you is the ancestral star." I did not expect my guess to be right. Of course, I thought that I was the only one who knew about the ancestral star. He actually knew the location of the ancestral star. Brother Luya, do you have any other news about the ancestral star? Since he already knew, Long Chen quickly asked. Heavenly God Luya thought about it and said, That is not a place I should go. To be honest, I did not go there either. I just looked at it with my eyes when I got close. It is very far away. From the edge of the northern star field to the ancestral star, it is about half the diameter of the myriad worlds. Most of it is a red ominous star field. The ancestral star is a cursed land. The entire ominous star field is cursed. I can go there, but I do not want to. If you want to go, you should be able to, but it will be a little troublesome. Going there is a thankless task. It is so far away. Phantom Chi only knew the general direction, but did not know that it was so far away. It was so far away that it would take a long time to get there. Before Long Chen could recover from his shock, Heavenly God Luya continued, "That is not a problem. I just need to spend more time. The problem is, I saw many living beings on the ancestral star. They have formed a force. There is a very powerful being who can detect my gaze. I have exchanged wills with him. He should be a perfect realm ultimate god. His strength is not any weaker than mine. Maybe even stronger. If you really want to go there, you must be careful of him. There is such an expert." Long Chen was depressed. He thought the strongest in the myriad worlds were the four great rulers, including Heavenly God Luya. He did not expect there to be such a perfect realm ultimate god in the distant, hidden ancestral star. I am the only one who knows about his existence. He might not even know about the existence of the myriad worlds. Naturally, he will not cross the ominous starfield to come to our side. In fact, that place is also a part of the myriad worlds. Speaking of which, you still want to go there, right? Heavenly God Luya actually wanted Long Chen to back off. After all, he wanted Long Chen to help him as soon as possible. Yes. He had to go to the ancestral star for the sake of the cursed divine dragons. All right, let's go, brave young man. Heavenly God Luya's face was full of smiles, but his gossipy eyes remained cold. Goodbye. I will try to come back as soon as possible. Chapter 3099. The Ancestral Star. According to God Luya, Long Chen had finally reached the edge of the northern star field. Looking forward from this position, there was a vast red star field in front of him. It was endless. This was because all the places that Long Chen could sense were filled with this red light, which was why there was such an effect in front of him. It was hard to imagine where this light came from. This is the blood fiend light. I just remembered, this is the blood fiend light that blocked off the ancestral star from here. We have to go through this blood fiend light to reach the ancestral star. But the deeper we go, the thicker the blood fiend light will be. It was as if someone had set up a bloodlust light to isolate the homeworld. Long Chen knew that this was a feat that even the four hegemons could not achieve. It was a feat that surpassed the realms of gods and demons, and perhaps only the ancestor, who was even higher up, could achieve this. Humans, gods, ancestors. The level of living beings must be these three. Hiss. When Long Chen's body came into contact with the sanguine light, the blood-colored light shone on his body and produced an intense burning sensation. Not to mention mortals, even ordinary god fiends would be turned to ashes by the sanguine light just by standing at Long Chen's position. And this was only the outermost area of the blood fiend starfield. It's hard to imagine what it's like inside. No wonder Heavenly God Luya doesn't want to go in even though he's curious. The master of the ancestral star doesn't want to come out either. This blood fiend starfield is a chasm for gods and demons. It was difficult to cross. Of course, he could still reach it if he persevered for a while. The dragon servant said that the ancestral star might have a way to break it, and Long Chen believed it. Therefore, he stepped in without hesitation. For the time being, the blood fiend light could not do anything to him. Long Chen, on the other hand, was worried about Lingxi. After all, she needed to control the gate of the universe. The duration of this trip would depend on how long Lingxi could last. The primordial dragon pagoda was still passive and could not merge with Lingxi to protect Lingxi. Try walking for a while. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand. Lingxi opened the gate of the universe. In places that the gate of the universe couldn't reach, she could only move bit by bit. Of course, this kind of movement speed was still several times faster than Long Chen's. Swoosh. This time, they appeared in almost the same area. Blood-colored light shone everywhere, but Long Chen felt that the baleful bloodlight was much stronger. Lingxi was using the rules of space to resist and protect herself. Then, she continued to use the gate of the universe. When you reach your limit, I'll travel on my own. Don't worry, I won't force myself. Lingxi knew that he cared about her, so she felt very sweet in her heart. Whoosh! They moved again and again towards the direction of the ancestral star. Long Chen felt the baleful bloodlight and Lingxi's situation. After about a month, he found that the baleful bloodlight around him had reached a level that only an ultimate god could withstand. It was already very difficult for Lingxi to reach that point. Every time she came out, she had to spend a lot of energy to protect herself from being eroded by the baleful bloodlight. Although Long Chen had the flame of life, he still felt uncomfortable seeing Lingxi struggling. We're almost here. I can go in by myself. Long Chen stopped Lingxi from using the gate of the universe again. How can you do that? There's still at least 90% of the journey. Lingxi still wanted to help Long Chen more. I can't rush it anyway. Long Chen would not let her grit her teeth and persevere. Even if Lingxi wanted to hold on for a little longer, Long Chen still brought her back to the realm of life. He had not seen Lingxi for a long time, so she must be missing her mother. As such, Long Chen braved the omnipresent light and quickly charged forward. Only by truly traversing through this blood-fiendish light could he truly understand how terrifying this star domain was. Is this natural or man-made? Otherwise, why would it feel like a law? It was only 1/10 of the journey, and it had reached a level that only an ultimate god could withstand. Even he was not completely sure if he could complete this star region. 1 day, 2 days, until 1 year later. About 1/10 of the distance had been covered. In fact, the further he went, the stronger the blood fiend light would be, and his speed would also be greatly affected. Fortunately, Long Chen could still endure the blood fiend light here. However, it was like being attacked by an expert's rules for a long period of time without rest, which was still very troublesome. Chen, I'm about to reach the Tai divine realm. One day, Lingxi suddenly told Long Chen with great excitement. After that, she quietly cultivated in the realm of life and began her final sprint. To be honest, it might have been to help Long Chen speed up. After returning to the realm of life, she wholeheartedly threw herself into cultivation. In addition to the dragon sacrifice bloodline, she was able to advance so quickly. She actually broke through to the supreme deity level at this time. Seeing that she was so confident, Long Chen was relieved. He stared into the distance and firmed up his goal. Breaking the curse was the key to this operation on the ancestral star. Of course, finding the 7th ancestral dragon, the Chaos Calamity Dragon's blood essence was also of utmost importance. About a few days later, Lingxi successfully broke through to the Supreme God realm. Since then, Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, and Lingxi all had the power of the Supreme God realm. Long Chen, a Supreme God, was very close to an original incipient realm world. After all, a primordial incipient realm world only had one perfect realm ultimate god and several primordial realm ultimate gods. If I can have an original incipient realm world as the foundation, I can restore the divine dragon's world to the original incipient realm. I can even break through to the origin level in the future. Unfortunately, I don't have a world of my own. The dragon's sacrificial continent was destroyed. Since then, Long Chen always felt that he was wandering with the descendants of the divine dragon. He had no idea when he could make the dragon's sacrificial continent reappear in the center of the myriad worlds. Chen, I'll do it. After reaching the ultimate god realm, Lingxi's resistance to the blood-killing light was much greater. After becoming an ultimate god, perhaps only the core area of the entire blood fiend star area could not be passed through. Lingxi's efforts had indeed greatly reduced Long Chen's time. Let's go. The gate of the universe opened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Moving quickly again and again also reduced a lot of Long Chen's energy. The flame of life was constantly burning on Lingxi's body. Mo Xiaolong's 3rd ancestral fire, the chaos green fire, could also resist the blood-killing light. All of that was on Lingxi's body. This time, even their speed was much faster. In a month's time, they had directly covered 20% of the distance. Up to that point, Long Chen had already covered nearly half of the distance. He had arrived at the core area. Lingxi could no longer hold on. At this critical moment, Long Chen replaced Lingxi and directly rushed forward. The blood-killing light in front of them was so thick that it dyed the entire world red. It was like a burning flame. After arriving there, Long Chen had already taken out the primordial dragon pagoda to protect himself. He then crazily rushed forward. He estimated that there was about 20% of the distance that ordinary ultimate gods could not pass through. Only the 4 rulers and the ancestral Star Lord could pass through. Long Chen wanted to directly rush through with the help of the primordial dragon pagoda. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He turned into a ray of blood-red light. In this vast blood-red space, there was nothing around him except for the surging waves of blood-red fiendish light. Wave after wave, it was as though death was descending wave after wave. How terrifying! At the core area, even the primordial dragon pagoda found it very difficult to resist. Fortunately, there was still the source of all living beings that could continuously replenish Long Chen's strength. He could continue to urge the primordial dragon pagoda to hold on. Long Chen guessed that he would have been burned to ashes by now if not for the primordial dragon pagoda. This arduous journey lasted for 2 years. Maybe even more. Fortunately, with the primordial dragon pagoda, even if it was 2 years of torture, Long Chen finally managed to hold on. After passing through the most difficult area, the remaining 40% of the distance was basically the same as the first 40% of the distance. This was the range where Lingxi could move around. Next, Long Chen completely left it to Lingxi. Long Chen was tired after 2 years of continuous attacks. However, he was very excited. After passing the most terrifying part of the journey, it basically meant that there was no problem for him to reach the ancestral star. Leave the rest to me. We should be there in about 4 months. You should have a good rest first. Seeing how tired Long Chen was, Lingxi's heart ached. Fortunately, she could share Long Chen's burden, so she was very happy. Don't force yourself. I know. In fact, in just a few days, Long Chen had enough rest. He stayed in Lingxi's god nation, watching her progress. The further they went, the less fiend blood radiance there was. This made him understand that the fiend blood starfield did not only stop the gods and demons from the myriad worlds, but also those from the ancestral star. The 2 sides did not interfere with each other. In a very long time, Long Chen was the first person to transmigrate into this starfield. Seeing that the ghost blood curse was trembling, Long Chen asked, "What's wrong?" "Perhaps it's because I'm close to home. The closer I get to this place, the more I remember. I remember my identity and the things that happened here. Tell me about it." "I can't tell you. It's very confusing. It might be true or false. I don't really understand, but I'm sure there's a story here. I already want to go back and figure it out. Thank you for letting me come here. Aren't you afraid that this place is dangerous?" "No, I'm not. You're very strong. I underestimated you in the past." Ghost Blood Cuss was speaking from the bottom of his heart. "No matter what, you'll become stronger in the future. I can only say that as long as it's within my power, I'll shed my blood for you." "All right." For months passed in the blink of an eye. The fiend blood radiance was almost gone. Chapter 3100. He had passed the Blood Fiend Star area. After experiencing the Blood Fiend light, Long Chen still had some lingering fear. However, when a vast world appeared in front of him, he was attracted by it. No doubt, he had arrived at the ancestral planet. As soon as he arrived, Long Chen used the looming Shadow Dream Dragon's rule to turn into a small star, flying towards the ancestral planet. The looming Shadow Dream Dragon's transformation rule was accurate. When Long Chen had transformed into the Myriad Transformations Monster Master for the first time, he had dared to break through the encirclement of 9 ultimate gods. It was enough to show his confidence in the transformation rule. The ancestral dragon's transformation rule had reached the peak. At this moment, Long Chen was no different from a real star. In his eyes, the appearance of the ancestral planet was clear. It was definitely an original incipient grade world. It was a planet even bigger than the Hongjun supergiant planet. It had 3 colors: blood, black, and gray. Those 3 colors could be the power of the ancestral planet, the clouds, or even the sea. The 3 colors were ever-changing, giving people a feeling of deathly stillness in this quiet space. The ancestral planet was peaceful, but it was terrifyingly quiet and gloomy. It was like an eye of the infinite worlds, watching Long Chen's arrival. This place was still far from the ancestral planet, so he couldn't see the real content of this original incipient grade world. However, Long Chen found 9 giant planets around the ancestral planet. Each of them was like a sacred star from the 9 heavens. This ancestral planet was very similar to the Hongjun star sea. However, the Hongjun star sea had too many stars while this one only had 10. The other 9 were the companion stars of the ancestral planet. This was a place where evil, cursed, and cold energy ran rampant. The 9 companion stars all had different appearances and sizes, and the energy they contained was different as well. For example, the one closest to Longchen, which was slightly smaller than the others, was blood red in color. It was covered in a sea of blood, like the death rain. The only difference was that there were many cities built on the Sea of Blood, which proved that there were many lives on the ancestral star, and it was not much different from the Hongjun star sea. Even the energy of the entire world was almost the same. This is the Emperor Blood Star. Within the Ghost Blood Curse, Ghost Seven's eyes widened. Her body was trembling, her legs were shaking, and her eyes were bloodshot. Her heart was filled with hatred, and the entire world within the Ghost Blood Curse, the Sea of Blood, the corpses, and the vengeful spirits were all stirring violently. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Even Phantom Seven's breathing became rapid. Did you remember something? Long Chen could tell from the look on her face that she had lost some of her memories after becoming a fated heroic spirit. When she saw this scene, she even shed tears. That's right, I originally belonged here. She kept shaking her head. There were some memories that she didn't want to remember, but they all came back to her. This is the ancestral planet, and one of its companions is the Emperor Bloodstar. This is my hometown, the place where I was born, where I grew up, and where everything about me was recorded. She was a little dazed as she spoke, and her eyes filled with tears of nostalgia. She had been arrogant in the past, but now that she was crying, it was clear that she was no different from other women. To Long Chen, she had always been a human, not an ordinary fated heroic spirit. The ancestral planet and its 9 companions make up the entire world in our eyes. Almost all living beings, gods and demons, don't know that they are only a part of the real world. I remember now. There are 3 major races here: the blood race, the ghoul race, and the curse race. The colors of the ancestral planet are basically the regions occupied by the 3 races. Red belongs to the blood race, black belongs to the ghoul race, and gray belongs to the curse race. Long Chen looked over. There were slightly more red and black colors, and the gray color was more hidden, but it was even more terrifying. Although the curse race is rare, they are indeed the strongest race. The master of the ancestral planet has a mixed bloodline of the 3 races. I think we call him progenitor. If she hadn't come here, she would never have thought of this. What race do you belong to? The blood race. The Imperial Blood Star is the territory of the blood race. I used to live here. Please let me go down and see. She turned to plead with Long Chen. Long Chen agreed. He wanted to enter the ancestral planet society to see what it was like, especially with the rules of transformation. He could change into anyone he wanted. The secret to breaking the dragon god's curse, and the ancestral dragon's blood. There were 2 important things. Perhaps he could learn something from the people. Otherwise, if he met the master of the ancestral planet, Long Chen wasn't sure if they would fight. After all, 2 tigers couldn't live on the same mountain. The Imperial Blood Star was closest to Long Chen, so it was the best place to go. This is it. Long Chen gradually approached the Imperial Blood Star. He turned into a meteorite and flew into the planet. He passed through layers of blood-colored clouds and finally reached the giant planet full of blood-colored seas. This was a part of an original incipient world. Although it wasn't the ancestral planet, the spiritual energy here surpassed that of an eternal world. Below him was a vast, endless sea. Its territory could be compared to an eternal world. There were all kinds of cities built in the blood-colored sea. With a closer look, they were all at the level of creator divine weapons. Many members of the blood race lived in the cities. There were even more members of the blood race fighting in the sea. Long Chen took a closer look and found that the so-called members of the blood race were no different from him. They looked exactly the same as Ghost Qi. They had blood-colored hair and eyes, and their auras were cold and gloomy. Their rules leaned towards killing and gloomy. There were also a few curses. I'm here. Long Chen changed again and again. Finally, he snuck into a huge city. After meeting the first person, he changed his appearance from head to toe and blended in with the blood race. With his transformation ability, even the master of the ancestral planet couldn't detect his infiltration. The blood race was generally very cold and quiet. The people on the road basically didn't talk to each other. Occasionally, there would be conflicts, but they would directly fight and kill without the slightest bit of mercy. Long Chen found a divine king and used the Eye of Desire to understand some things from him. The strongest person on this Emperor Bloodstar is a guy called the Bloodthirsty Great Emperor. He's not far from here. According to what he said, he should be a primordial realm supreme deity. That means the 9 companion stars of the ancestral star might have 9 ultimate gods. Including the master of the ancestral planet, there were 10. The imperial bloodstar was considered small among the companion stars. That's right. There are 10 ultimate gods, and there have always been 10 of them. They are called the 10 great emperor ancestors. They are the 10 rulers of the ancestral planet. Of course, there are 9 great emperors and 1 progenitor. The divine king said. In the 3 imperial domains, Great Emperor Zhen Wu and the others could be called Great Emperors. However, Great Emperor Zhen Wu and the ancestral star Great Emperors were 2 different concepts. Names were only given by people. When the scope was different, the difference would be different. Great Emperor Zhen Wu ruled over a few 100 million people in a mediocre world. The 9 ancestral star Great Emperors ruled over more than 1 trillion people, and each of them could kill Great Emperor Zhen Wu in a second. The difference was the difference between the bottom and the top. Bloodthirsty Great Emperor. At that moment, Xueqi suddenly exclaimed. She fell to her knees in the sea of blood under the ghost blood curse. She went crazy and even her eyes were bulging. She was suffering from a strong memory impact. I'm going to kill her. I remember now. She was the one who harmed me. I want to take revenge on her. Long Chen, please help me. I remember everything. She looked at Long Chen with the utmost sincerity and desire. Her eyes were filled with hope, and her expression made it impossible for anyone to reject her. Tell me what happened first. I'll help you solve it. Otherwise, I'll be confused too. Long Chen let go of the divine king and stood in a quiet corner to talk to Xueqi. Calm down first. With Long Chen's help, the enraged Ghost 7 finally calmed down. However, her eyes were still filled with tears of hatred and humiliation. Now that she had been enlightened, she remembered some things, and the hatred she felt was far greater than she had imagined. There's a strange thing in our ancestral star. It's called inheritance. It's a bloodline inheritance. As long as the Blood Clan, Ghost Clan, and Curse Clan reaches the level of a divine emperor, they can condense an inheritance. Once they die in battle, the inheritance will be passed on to the next person. Even an ordinary person can become a divine emperor after receiving the inheritance of a divine emperor. This is similar to the inheritance of the divine dragons. However, our inheritance doesn't have blood essence or origin dragon soul. It seemed that the inheritance was not exclusive to the divine dragons. The races on the ancestral star could also do this, but they had higher requirements. They had to be at the level of a divine emperor. It was because of this inheritance that the number of experts on the ancestral star could maintain an upward trend despite the high mortality rate. A person who became a divine emperor could pass down their inheritance to their descendants. Xueqi clenched her fists. Her chest was still heaving up and down. She choked a little as she said, "Among them, the ancestral god is immortal. The inheritance of the 9 emperors is the grandest event on the ancestral star. It might not happen even once in tens of millions of years. Usually, when a divine venerable dies in battle, it angers the ancestral god. That's why the inheritance of the 9 emperors would appear." Xueqi took a deep breath and said, "My father was the previous bloodthirst emperor, the master of the imperial blood planet. He was killed by the ancestral god because he angered the ancestral god. According to the rules of the ancestral star, the bloodthirst emperor's throne should be passed down to me because I'm my father's only son. Unless something happened." Chapter 3101. The good times they had spent together in the past resurfaced, and it was like a sword to Ghost 7. Those scenes were ironic. Because of his loneliness, Xueqi had shared everything with this girl, allowing her to escape from her painful fate. He had given her the most precious identity on Emperor Bloodstar, and because of the Godemperor's legacy, this girl's strength had even surpassed his own. Ghost 7, on the other hand, refused to accept any inheritance in order to prove herself. She worked hard and became a god emperor by then. She was only slightly inferior to the girl, but she never cared about that. Before that day, She and I were like sisters. I was very grateful to her for giving me so much joy and allowing me to no longer be lonely. At that time, I had already decided that I would share everything with her. She was indeed a person that everyone liked. Even my father loved her dearly. Until that day, when my father angered the ancestral ancestor and was killed by him. My father's imperial throne inheritance returned to Emperor Bloodstar, and when I heard that my father had died, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. I was in a daze and neglected the imperial throne inheritance. I never thought that she would become a demon at that moment and kill me, sealing me in the ghost blood curse. I became the ghost blood curse's heroic spirit to survive and escape from Emperor Bloodstar. However, I, who was only left with a remnant soul, only remembered all of this today. I will never forget the look on her face when she stabbed the ghost blood curse into my body. It was the look of a smart person, and I could tell that I was a complete idiot in her eyes. Her gaze and her decisive actions were all mocking me. In the end, when my soul fragment was sucked into the ghost blood curse, she even told me that I was the dumbest and most laughable person on the ancestral star. You are the true lowly one, but it is a pity that you will never have the chance to take revenge on me. Since then, I have suffered so much and experienced so much torture. Today, I have finally returned to Emperor Bloodstar. I want to see her face when she sees me. Hearing this, Long Chen finally understood what had happened to her. He had never thought that such a thing would happen to her. Long Chen could feel her pain and anger. The most unbearable thing in life was undoubtedly when the person closest to her, who had treated her the best and given her everything, had stabbed her in the back and taken her life. She had almost died because of this. She was the heir of Emperor Bloodstar, but she had lost everything and her life. She had become a heroic spirit without flesh and blood, drifting away from her homeland and living a lonely life. If she had to bear such a thing, she would definitely have gone mad. Fortunately, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten and the others were not like that. Long Chen could only say that Xueqi had been a fool in the past. She had kept a poisonous snake by her side, but she had not known it at all. She had thought that it was her sister, which was why she had given her a fatal blow at the most critical moment. I think I understand now. She came from the bottom, but you gave her everything. This made her jealous of you. Every time you gave her something, her smile might have been a murderous one. To her, it might have been a humiliation. It's a pity that you didn't understand at the time. But no matter what, if a person doesn't know how to be grateful and returns kindness with enmity, then I am willing to help you. Hearing Long Chen's answer, Xueqi was moved to tears. She said, now, I want to go back to her and let her see me. I want to ask her if she ever regretted what she did. I want to see her repent. If that's the case, perhaps I can forgive her. Now that she had calmed down, even her thoughts had changed. After listening to Xueqi's description, Long Chen changed into the man's appearance after the man left. He looked exactly the same in every aspect. There was no difference at all. He's called Ban Shan Shao. Long Chen nodded and entered the bloodthirsty emperor palace as Ban Shan Shao. Because of his identity, no one dared to stop him along the way. Ban Shan Shao was an ultimate god emperor with decent strength. The deeper he went into the palace, the more nervous Xueqi became. Her face was pale. Calm down and settle this, Long Chen reminded her. Thank you. Xueqi's voice was still trembling. She had wandered for so many years and crawled out of countless nightmares. She had finally returned to this place, the place where she grew up and the turning point of her life. I'm back. God Emperor Banshan requests an audience. With a loud announcement, Long Chen walked into the deepest part of the bloodthirsty emperor palace. There were 9 great emperors on the ancestral star. The bloodthirsty emperor palace on the Emperor Bloodstar was very similar to a mortal's palace. The various rituals were complicated. Xueqi should have been like a princess, the princess of the billions of lives on the Emperor Bloodstar. After going through several complicated checks, Long Chen finally entered the hall where Xueqi was. There was a layer of blood-colored mist in the middle of the hall. Behind the mist was a huge blood pool. The blood pool was filled with some kind of blood. It was obvious that many primordial chaos immortal essences had melted in it. The blood pool was inlaid with hundreds of thousands of primordial chaos treasures. There were all kinds of primordial chaos immortal essence petals on the blood pool. It was like a dream. A woman with skin whiter than snow lay in the blood pool. Her skin was especially dazzling because of the crimson blood. Xueqi's breathing quickened when she saw this woman. Long Chen suppressed the ghost blood curse. At this time, the woman in the blood pool spoke in a sweet voice that made one's scalp go numb. Ban Shanqing, why have you returned so soon? Her voice was sweet and seductive. It had been a long time since she had heard such a voice, and Xueqi was losing control of herself. Her emotions were fluctuating wildly as she recalled the girl who had pierced the ghost blood curse into her rule heart. She could not help but recall the scene of the girl who had pierced the ghost blood curse into her rule heart. After so many years, she had become much stronger, and even more delicate than she had been back then. That's right, she was the bloodthirsty emperor, the ruler of billions of lives. After thinking about it for a long time, I feel that it's better to be honest with your majesty. Or rather, after thinking about it for a long time, I have a gift that I want to give your majesty. Long Chen's transformation rule was at the peak of perfection. When he first used it, only the Chaos Saint's son and the Shangyang fairy noticed it. The emperor's sacred beast that looked exactly the same as the ghost marriage in front of him didn't notice it at all, let alone now. He was confident that with the first impression, the other party would never think that he was an imposter. Naturally, they wouldn't suspect anything. Oh, I'm interested now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the graceful woman leaped out of the blood mist. A crimson dress instantly condensed on her body. The dress was adorned with gemstones and jadeite, making her look graceful and luxurious. She emerged from the blood mist and appeared in front of Long Chen. Her beautiful face was indeed a peerless beauty. She's very different from the first time I saw her. Or rather, she's changed a long time ago. Xueqi took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She had finally calmed down, but the look on the man's face caused the hatred she had been suppressing to rise again. Long Chen spoke to Xueqi directly. He said, I accidentally stumbled into a world and found that it's extremely vast. I found the core that controls this world. It's a strange and mysterious place. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Long Chen opened the Death Dragon Gate in front of her naturally. Xueqi was instantly stunned by the majestic Death Dragon Gate. She opened her mouth wide and her beautiful eyes flickered. She had already forgotten about Long Chen and rushed in without saying a word. That's enough. Long Chen followed her and closed the Death Dragon Gate. Xueqi asked a few more questions, but Xueqi slowly made her give up. In the end, even Long Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Xueqi's darkness was too strong. He said, I don't think there's a need to say more. You should give up and make your own decisions. I was only able to come to the Ancestral Star because of you, and you've helped me a lot. Tell me what you want today, and I'll do it for you. Before Xueqi could say anything, Xueqi grinned from ear to ear and said, You, who are you? Are you her lover and a blessed heroic spirit? You sure have a strong taste. All right, let's end this farce here. I can see that you're her only hope for revenge, so let's go. Her survival is a problem for me, so let's get rid of both of you in one go. That way, I won't have to worry about any future troubles. Xueqi must have made up an excuse for Xueqi's death, so she wanted to kill Long Chen and Xueqi without anyone knowing more than Long Chen. This made things easier. Long Chen was worried that he would alert the Lord of the Ancestral Star. Xueqi, you're a bitch. Xueqi giggled unscrupulously. Her red dress fluttered above the sea of blood, and a large number of chaos treasures shone with a bewitching light. She couldn't accept it at all. After all, this was the Ancestral Star, and she didn't know Long Chen at all. In her eyes, Long Chen was just an ordinary god emperor, and there was no need to worry about him. You seem to want to kill me, so you have high hopes for him. But I like to destroy your hopes, trample on your dignity, and make you suffer again. It was this sentence that made Xueqi give up completely. She made her final decision and returned to the ghost blood curse without another word. When she returned, the ghost blood curse became even brighter, and there were even more swastikas on it, crawling like poisonous insects. Help me kill her. Xueqi's voice was sorrowful, but also resolute. She had made up her mind, and she didn't hesitate or care about their friendship. The past vanished like smoke in thin air. Xueqi's bewitching eyes gazed at the ghost blood curse, shooting out a brilliant red light. She licked her lips with her red tongue and said excitedly, Xueqi, you don't know how excited I was when I saw you return with the ghost blood curse. You're really my lucky star. The first time you brought me the throne of the bloodthirsty great emperor, one of the most precious things in this world. And this time, you brought me an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. You're so good. To repay you, I must make you die miserably. I'll let you be eaten. Haha. Xueqi laughed so hard. What does she mean? Asked Long Chen. I don't know. Xueqi's face was indifferent. Today was a blow to her, but at the same time, she was reborn. As soon as they finished talking, a blood-red sword appeared in Xueqi's hand. Many swastikas were crawling on the sword like poisonous insects. It was a semi-original incipient grade creator divine weapon. It was exactly the same as the ghost blood curse, or rather, there was no difference. The only difference was that Xueqi's creator heroic spirit wasn't Xueqi, but a blood-red centipede. Each section of the centipede had a blood-red eye that crawled on the sword, wrapping around it. It looked extremely ferocious. 2 ghost blood curses. Long Chen hadn't expected this to happen. What happened? Before Long Chen could ask, Xueqi was already in shock. At this moment, Xueqi laughed and said, Of course, you wouldn't have thought that after you took away the ghost blood curse, I would find a new one in a vestige. The legend is true. The ghost blood curse used to be an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. It was just separated. Do you know how many years I regretted it when I found this ghost blood curse and lost yours? But finally, you brought it back to me. Chapter 3103. There's indeed such a legend, but it seems my father thought it was fake news, so he didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect her to find another ghost blood curse. Xueqi was also surprised. Of course, since Long Chen already had 2 original incipient grade creator divine weapons, she didn't have such a strong feeling about the original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Xueqi, on the other hand, was crazy about it. She had been suppressing it for a long time. Although she had been talking to Xueqi, all her attention had been on the ghost blood curse. Obviously, she wanted to snatch the ghost blood curse and fuse with it to create an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Xueqi was a woman who craved for power and status. An original incipient grade creator divine weapon could make her one of the top 3 among the 10 great ancestor emperors. Hee. Her laughter was filled with desire at this moment. It seems like I have another reason to kill her. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse in his hand. When he decided to make his move, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Of course, in order to obtain the ghost blood curse, Xueya's speed was even faster. In an instant, she let out a cold laugh and made her move. As the bloodthirsty great monarch, she swung the deadly ghost blood curse, sweeping it towards Long Chen. Xueqi, you couldn't even defeat me in the past. Now you should know how big the gap between us is. Xueyi's body was covered in a bloody mist. Her aura was monstrous. Wherever the ghost blood curse went, a huge ravine would appear in the blood sea. Her law should have a part of slaughter and also a part of curses. Of course, it wasn't a fusion of the 2 principles, but an amplification of one. Blood sacrifice curse. It was a curse law that belonged to the killing category. Xueyi was full of confidence as he slashed his sword across the blood sea with his ultimate god-level strength. Suddenly, a sword light containing the ghost blood curse shot toward Long Chen with great momentum. The ghost blood curse turned blood red in the sword chi and merged with the sword light. It gradually turned into a giant bloody centipede and rushed toward Long Chen. Among the ultimate gods, Xueyan was only considered not bad. Generally speaking, she was just a little bit stronger than the Dark Sky Area Master. Compared to Long Chen, the gap was too big. The moment Long Chen used his power for the first time, Xueyi could feel that Long Chen's original incipient power was much stronger than hers. Original incipient grade. Only then did she realize that Long Chen was not the divine emperor she had imagined. It could be said that among all the experts she had met, the only one who could suppress Long Chen in terms of aura was the original ancestor. It felt as if the ant in front of him had suddenly turned into a ferocious beast. Xueyi's heart instantly sank into a whirlpool of shock. Before he could recover from his shock, Long Chen was like a 10,000 zhang tall giant, crushing everything in his way. After all, this was the Death World, and the Death World was Long Chen's domain. His combat strength would increase tremendously if he fought here. For example, Long Chen was only using the Death World Calamity. However, its power was terrifying. This was the Death World. The death calamity of the death world gathered the energy of the entire death world and slashed out with a sword. The sword condensed into a divine dragon that completely crushed Xueqi's blood sacrifice curse. As the divine dragon slashed down, the centipede formed by the blood sacrifice curse was crushed into pieces. Kill. This move was the culmination of Xueqi's anger and hatred, as well as her determination to die. She had participated in the battle. She would never forgive Xueqi again. Of course, Long Chen was the same. He also hated Xueqi. Of course, to prevent Xueqi from disturbing the original ancestor, Long Chen had to end this battle quickly. Showing mercy to a woman like Xueqi could be a fatal blow. For example, if Xueqi treated her well, she would give him a fatal blow. The Death World's killing tribulation rushed forward and destroyed the blood sacrifice curse in the shortest time possible. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Xueqi. Long Chen and the Death World's killing tribulation had no suspense at all. The Death World's killing tribulation engulfed Xueqi. To Xueqi and Xueqi, this moment seemed to have become extremely slow. Xueqi had personally witnessed the bloodthirsty emperor's expression of extreme fear, unwillingness, and despair as he allowed the death rain to devour him. Xueqi had also personally witnessed the bloodthirsty emperor's strength. She found it hard to believe that Xueqi was this powerful. Just what kind of luck did Xueqi have to be able to befriend such a powerful expert? Also, who was Long Chen? The Death World calamity was destroying Xueqi at the fastest speed possible. Everything she was proud of was being destroyed at a terrifying speed in front of Long Chen's rules. Given her realm, she knew that she was definitely going to die. Death. To her, this was originally impossible, but it had happened in an instant. It could be said that Xueqi had brought death to her. Her life's fate could be so wonderful. It was just like the saying karma. Unfortunately, she didn't even have the time to sigh with emotion. She was directly engulfed by Long Chen's Death World calamity. Then, she was crushed and dissipated. In the Death World, a single move from Long Chen's Death World calamity was enough to turn her into ashes. Before she died, only Xueqi and Xueqi stared at each other for a long time. In that instant, the look in their eyes changed greatly. Xueqi's eyes were filled with madness and unwillingness, while Xueqi's eyes were filled with relief. It was this woman who had made her so cold. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty emperor disappeared. Xueqi's heart might have changed since then, but now that she had gotten her revenge, her heart was even heavier. Next, Long Chen saw the so-called inheritance of the Death World. Xueqi, who had been turned into ashes, suddenly gathered together under the attraction of a strange word. It was a word that looked like it was made up of countless black snakes. As the word gathered, it gradually formed a blood-red ball in front of Long Chen. You can see it now. This is actually a curse, but it's a good curse. It can allow a type of power to be passed down for countless generations without dissipating. That's why in our ancestral planet, in order to obtain more power, there's no end to all kinds of hunting. In fact, many experts even have many inheritances in their hands. The words on the blood-red ball were still flashing. This inheritance was something that Long Chen couldn't grasp. It wasn't a primordial immortal essence, nor was it a primordial chaos treasure. But just like the inheritance of essence blood, it was the core of changing power. The sea of blood quieted down. What should I do with this inheritance? It wasn't just the inheritance. The second ghost blood curse, which had once belonged to Xueqi, stopped in front of Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was too powerful, the blessed valiant spirit didn't dare to escape. It trembled and stayed in front of Long Chen. Xueqi came out of the ghost blood curse. She turned to look at Long Chen, her eyes flickering, but she still said, I think I remember now. In my current state, I'm not completely a blessed valiant spirit, and I can get rid of the ghost blood curse. I can try this inheritance. After all, it originally belonged to me. It can be inherited even without flesh and blood. Inheritance is a part of flesh and blood. I'll know once I try. In the ancestral planet, there are indeed people who inherited the inheritance in the form of a soul, and then obtained a new body of flesh and blood. This was the bloodthirsty great emperor's inheritance. It was a chance to change Xueqi's fate, so Long Chen let her be. Xueqi was filled with excitement. She carefully moved forward and leaned close to the inheritance. She started wrapping the inheritance. Perhaps it had sensed Xueqi's return, but the inheritance let out a mournful cry. It was the mark that her father had left in the inheritance. The inheritance began. Just like that, Long Chen's ghost blood curse was thrown away from the blessed valiant spirit. At this time, the blood-red centipede brought the second ghost blood curse to Long Chen, expressing its allegiance. According to the legends, this is an original incipient grade divine weapon. This was Long Chen's biggest surprise today. He held the two ghost blood curses in his hands. When Xueqi had received the inheritance, he had fused the two ghost blood curses together. At first, the black swastika symbol on the two ghost blood curses began to spread to the other's body. There was a slight difference between the two symbols. Long Chen's original one was darker. At first, it was a mixture of the two swastikas. These two swastikas kept mixing and changing, squeezing into the two swords like poisonous insects. Then the two ghost blood curse swords started to turn into liquid water, truly fusing together, turning into a ball of blood filled with the ghost blood curse. When the two merged together, it was as if some kind of mechanism had been triggered, or as if two incomplete weapons had finally become whole. Suddenly, the ghost blood curse underwent a huge change. For the time being, the blood sea roared. The entire death world was cheering because of the ghost blood curse's change. While the earth and sky were shaking, another rare divine weapon was born. That ball of blood was right in front of Long Chen, becoming a new ghost blood curse. Compared to the original blade, this one was even more majestic, and even more savage. Compared to the Great Void Demon Sword, the ghost blood curse's advantage was that it had superior killing power, and was more direct. All of this pointed to the fact that this was a supreme destinable immortal treasure that could bring death. Original incipient grade. Ghost blood curse, primordial dragon pagoda, and Great Void Demon Sword. Moreover, Long Chen could be the only person in the entire universe who had 3 original incipient grade divine weapons. Among them, the ghost blood curse suited his taste the most. It was a sword of slaughter. Holding the new ghost blood curse, Long Chen had an aura that could destroy all creatures. Inside the ghost blood curse, the blood-colored centipede had received a lot of nourishment. When it crawled out of the ghost blood curse, it was much stronger. Its countless blood-colored eyes were even more ferocious. At this time, Long Chen looked to the other side. Xueqi's inheritance seemed to be coming to an end. She had suffered a lot. Long Chen hoped that she could become the new bloodthirsty emperor. Chapter 3104. Ghost 7 was once a soul that had been sucked into the ghost blood curse. Long Chen didn't know how she had replaced the creation spirit and become the new one. He also didn't know how she had managed to free herself from the creation spirit. This was the special ability of the ancestral star's divine demons. The inheritance was also magical. When Long Chen retrieved the ghost blood curse, he saw that Ghost 7 was almost done. She had fused with the inheritance and used it to create a new body for herself. An embryo was born and it began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, a new life was born in front of Long Chen. Cold and arrogant, she had the bearing of a natural empress. She was similar to ghost marriage, but she wasn't ghost marriage. When she opened her eyes, one could see the purity in them. She looked at her surroundings with a strange gaze, and finally fixed her gaze on Long Chen. She seemed to have relaxed a lot, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I didn't have much confidence in succeeding. I didn't expect that I would actually succeed. Her current realm was at the ultimate divine emperor realm. She was not too powerful, but there was a rule in the ancestral star that no one was allowed to kill an inheritor of the monarch throne as long as he or she had not reached the ultimate god realm. Otherwise, the 10 great sovereign ancestor emperors would hunt him or her down together with his or her family. Looking at his brand new flesh and blood, Ghost 7 felt a little dazed. Of course, this was normal for Long Chen. Lingxi's current body was created by him using the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Of course, the body he created at that time was completely different from Ghost 7's divine body. After many rounds of refinement, Lingxi's divine body was much stronger than Ghost 7's. I'll reach the ultimate god realm soon. After all, she had obtained the Emperor Throne's inheritance. The two of them stared at each other above the sea of blood, and Xueqi couldn't help but blush. She gently turned her head away. She couldn't help but feel sad when she thought about Xueqi's marriage, but she knew that there were some people and some things that could never be reversed. This is the original incipient level ghost blood curse. Long Chen showed her the ghost blood curse. Although the ghost blood curse belonged to the Imperial Blood Planet, Xueqi had no use for it at the moment unless she stabilized her ultimate god realm. Therefore, Long Chen did not plan to return it to her. How terrifying! Xueqi was a little stunned after reading it. After a while, Ghost 7 lost interest and asked Long Chen, "Alright, it's done now. What do you think we should do?" In fact, Long Chen was also thinking about this problem. "I don't think anyone else has been alerted yet." Long Chen thought about it and said, "If ghost marriage has been missing for a long time, the others will be suspicious. You've been away from here for too long, and I'm sure you want to return to your hometown openly. Instead of hiding, I think it's better for you to return to the Imperial Blood Planet and become the bloodthirsty emperor to protect your hometown. At the same time, we'll have a base on the ancestral star." From Xueqi's eyes, it was obvious that she wanted to return to the ancestral star and inherit her father's inheritance. However, she still asked worriedly, "I'm only a god emperor now, but I've obtained the inheritance. They'll be curious about where I've been all these years and who helped me settle ghost marriage. Won't that be troublesome?" Long Chen thought about it and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter. Just let them be suspicious and create a sense of mystery. That way, they'll be afraid of you." In fact, Long Chen knew that even if Ghost 7 didn't appear, ghost marriage's disappearance would still cause a huge disturbance in the ancestral star. The progenitor would also guess that there was an invasion, and the entire ancestral star would be on guard. The result would be the same. "Alright, we'll do as you say." Ghost 7 was still looking forward to returning. To Long Chen, at least he could openly search the entire Imperial Blood Planet to see if he could find the whereabouts of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. In addition, this way, Ghost 7 would be able to join the vortex of the ancestral star. She would be able to recall and hear more information, including information about how to break the divine dragon's curse. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Ghost 7 returned to the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. Less than 2 hours had passed, and there was still no movement in the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. Long Chen didn't need to appear by her side. He turned into a pendant and hung it on Ghost 7's body. "Go and take back everything that belongs to you." "Alright, I'll go to the Blood Demon Tower and ring the bloodthirsty bell. I'll summon all the experts above the God Emperor realm and announce to the world that I'm the new bloodthirsty emperor." Ghost 7 headed straight for the bloodthirsty bell. Long Chen knew that the master of the ancestral star and the other 10 martial monarchs would show up once the news was made public. For example, the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon's blood essence was in the hands of the 9th Heaven Saintess. Therefore, there was a possibility that the Chaos Calamity Dragon's blood essence was obtained by someone on the ancestral star. Not long after, Long Chen saw the Blood Demon Tower. There was a huge blood-colored bell on top of the tower. It was the bloodthirsty bell, and there was a God Emperor guarding the bell. The God Emperor had his eyes closed, but when Ghost 7 approached, he suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Ghost 7's appearance, his expression changed drastically. "Ghost 7. Is that you? Gong Yi." "It's me. Aren't you dead?" Gong Yi's expression was one of disbelief. At this moment, Ghost 7 was already standing in front of him. Ghost 7 didn't reply to him. Instead, she stretched out her hand and knocked on the bloodthirsty bell. In an instant, the entire bloodthirsty bell resounded, emitting a deafening clang that pierced through the entire Emperor Bloodstar. The billions of living beings on the Emperor Bloodstar were shaken by the sound of the bell. "It's the bloodthirsty Emperor's summon." Ghost 7. Gong Yi couldn't move at all. His duty was to prevent outsiders from touching the bloodthirsty bell, but he didn't dare to stop Ghost 7. It wasn't that Ghost 7 was too strong, but that he couldn't forget this former princess. "Princess." Gong Yi knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with tears. "You're finally back. No matter what, Gong Yi will still be at your beck and call, just like before." "Alright," Ghost 7 replied. This was one of her former guards. Although she was cold, her heart was filled with strong emotions. Time passed quietly. The God Emperors spread throughout the Emperor Bloodstar headed towards the Blood Demon Tower. "Who rang the bloodthirsty bell? Where's the Emperor?" "The Emperor isn't here." Gong Yi, who rang the bloodthirsty bell. In a short period of time, almost all the God Emperors on the Emperor Bloodstar had gathered nearby. They surrounded the place, but their eyes were fixed on the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. However, no one from the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace came. The Emperor is beside the bloodthirsty bell. For a moment, everyone felt the pressure that belonged to the bloodthirsty Emperor. However, it didn't seem like ghost marriage. When everyone gathered, Ghost 7 knew that it was time. She walked out from the bloodthirsty bell and exposed herself to all the god emperors. The moment they saw her, all the god emperors almost suffocated. Some of them were shocked, while others were pleasantly surprised. At a glance, Ghost 7 could tell that these people really cared about her and were waiting for her return. Princess. Ghost 7. Didn't they say that she's dead? Why is she here? Where's the Emperor? After the shock, many people started to look for the whereabouts of the bloodthirsty Emperor. Ghost marriage. There's no need to look for her. I've already killed her, Ghost 7 announced. At the same time, she released the aura of the bloodthirsty Emperor. If ghost marriage hadn't died, she wouldn't have been able to obtain this item. Therefore, when Ghost 7 said this, even if the others didn't believe it, they knew that it was the truth. Everyone, when the old bloodthirsty Great Emperor died and the bloodthirsty Great Emperor returned, something important happened. Princess Xueqi went missing. She had been looking for her for many years. In the end, it was confirmed that she had accidentally entered the Blood Fiend Star area and was burned to death. However, none of you knew the truth. The truth is that on that day, Princess Ghost 7's most trusted subordinate, Ghost Marriage, stabbed the ghost blood curse into her body when she was sad. She turned into ashes, and her remnant soul escaped into the ghost blood curse. She wandered the endless universe with the ghost blood curse, and after many hardships, she finally returned today. She has already killed the sinner Ghost Marriage and regained the bloodthirsty Emperor's throne. After saying this, Gongyi looked at the crowd respectfully and said, Ghost Marriage was cruel and merciless, so he wasn't qualified to become the bloodthirsty Emperor. He killed the princess, so he deserved to die. After becoming an emperor, he didn't make any contributions to the Imperial Blood Star. Instead, he caused a huge commotion and caused great suffering. He wasn't qualified to become the bloodthirsty Emperor. Now that Princess Ghost 7 has regained the bloodthirsty Emperor's throne, anyone who refuses to accept this, including Ghost Marriage's remaining members, will be killed. Before the God Emperors arrived, Ghost 7 and Gong Yi talked. Naturally, Gong Yi shed tears and announced everything for Ghost 7. Most of the God Emperors were loyal to Ghost 7's father. When they heard about Ghost 7's misfortune, they were furious. Luckily, Ghost 7 had already killed Ghost Marriage. These God Emperors quickly knelt on the ground. Greetings, bloodthirsty Emperor. More and more God Emperors knelt. They weren't fools. First, Ghost 7 had obtained the bloodthirsty Emperor's inheritance, so no one could shake her position. Offending her now was simply courting death. All the God Emperors had submitted, including those who had been loyal to Ghost Marriage. Now that Ghost Marriage was gone, no one cared about her. Moreover, she was of humble origin. So many God Emperors didn't agree to her becoming the bloodthirsty Emperor at first. From today onwards, I, Ghost 7, am in control of the Imperial Blood Star again. God Emperors, listen to my orders. Yes. I need to reorganize the Imperial Blood Star. What about you? Ghost 7 asked after everything was settled. Long Chen said, then I'll look around the Imperial Blood Star and see if there's anything I want to find. Chapter 3105. Under Xueqi's forceful command, her homeland, Emperor Bloodstar, gradually returned to her control. Many divine emperors announced her existence and story to the people of the Blood Clan on Emperor Bloodstar. On Emperor Bloodstar, Xueqi was fully deserving of being the new bloodthirsty Great Emperor. Xueqi's reputation on Emperor Bloodstar wasn't good to begin with, so Xueqi should be accepted by everyone. Long Chen spent a few days searching the entire Emperor Bloodstar. However, he didn't find any news about the Chaos Calamity Dragon. As expected, when news of what happened on Emperor Bloodstar spread to the Ancestral Star, the 10 great ancestors, apart from Xueqi, made some movements. Among them, Long Chen was most curious about the ancestor, who was far away on the Ancestral Star, but had directly spoken to Xueqi. On that day, tens of thousands of blood-colored clouds started to gather above the surging blood sea of the Emperor Bloodstar. In the end, a giant face was formed above the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. It was a face that was hollow and empty. It gave people the feeling that it was extremely old. However, upon closer inspection, the blood-colored clouds formed part of the face. They were twisted and ferocious, like blood-colored poisonous snakes. At first glance, they looked like nothingness, but upon closer inspection, one would realize how terrifying they were. Greetings, ancestor. Seeing this huge face, especially in the ancestral star where the hierarchy of experts was strict, everyone who saw it immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves. They were extremely pious and didn't doubt the ancestor at all. At that moment, Long Chen had searched the entire Emperor Bloodstar and returned to Xueqi's side. When the primordial ancestor descended, he quickly turned into an ornament and attached it to Xueqi's body. Xueqi didn't say anything before leaving. On this ancestral star, the primordial ancestor was the ruler, the emperor. The other 9 great emperors had to obey her orders. Xueqi greets the ancestor. As soon as she walked out of the bloodthirsty emperor palace, she knelt down on the ground. She was also extremely pious, even though the ancestor was her father's murderer. Long Chen had asked her if she wanted revenge. Xueqi knew how powerful he was. Although she didn't answer, Long Chen could see that she was quite unwilling to accept her father's death. Of course, she didn't show it now. The primordial ancestor must be very curious about how Xueqi did it, and whether she had any help. Long Chen looked at the face in the sky. In fact, the origin ancestor was still on the ancestral star. This was only the descent of his laws, so Long Chen was sure that the origin ancestor could not sense him. The origin ancestor stared at Xueqi and said in his ancient voice, "Xueqi, welcome back. Seeing you reminds me of your father. It was a pity back then. I also feel sorry for you, but fate is fair. You still came back and received the congratulations that should have been yours. You have won glory for your father." "Yes, ancestor." Ghost 7 spoke in a stiff voice, his expression unchanged. When the origin ancestor spoke, no one dared to move. Even Xueqi didn't get up. "It's great that you've returned. However, according to the rules of the ancestral star, although you've obtained the great emperor's inheritance, you still have to follow the rules. You have to obtain the approval of the other great emperors and me to be qualified to become the bloodthirsty great emperor. Otherwise, the great emperor's title will be taken away. From today onwards, you will visit the other great emperors one by one. If you can pass their test and obtain the approval of more than half of the great emperors, you will come to the ancestral star and let me see you in person." After that, the mist that had condensed into the origin ancestor began to dissipate. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the entire Emperor Bloodstar was clear again. However, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. After all, the origin ancestor was a terrifying figure since ancient times. If he was really angered, all he needed to do was to curse everyone on the planet. There was once an ultimate god who wanted to rebel and was tortured by the origin ancestor for 1,000,000 years. No one on the planet was spared. Everyone suffered under the curse for 1,000,000 years, begging for death. Xueqi kowtowed one last time before standing up. "What does he mean?" Long Chen asked curiously. Xueqi shook her head helplessly and said, "This is also the rule of the ancestral star. Everyone who has just obtained the great emperor's inheritance has to go through the process of obtaining the approval of the other great emperors. I have to visit them one by one and they will test my strength, talent, temperament, leadership skills and so on. In short, I have to obtain their approval. It's impossible to defeat them since almost all of them are ultimate gods." Xueqi paused for a moment and thought about it. She then frowned and said, "These damn people. In the past, the inheritors of the 9 great emperors would protect each other. They would be a little more at ease during the test. Everyone would remember their kindness. After all, every great emperor will eventually inherit the great emperor's inheritance. If they make things difficult for others now, they will make things difficult for themselves in the future. However, I haven't returned for a long time. I can feel the origin ancestor's hostility. It's very difficult for me to pass the test of the other great emperors under his instructions. If no great emperor approved of her, it meant that Xueqi's talent was too low. The origin ancestor would then have the right to depose her and pass the great emperor's inheritance to a suitable person. The progenitor is the one who knows the ancestral star the best. Perhaps he has a clue." Long Chen understood. "It seems that I have to look for the blood essence one by one, but the method to break the curse can only be pinned on the progenitor. I either have to defeat the progenitor, or I have something that he is interested in to trade with him. Convincing him to help me is definitely impossible. Hence, the progenitor was someone he had no choice but to confront. He was a sovereign. Long Chen made up his mind to search for the legacy blood essence first. Who's our first target? Ghost Qi looked to the east and said, let's go. The ghost deity planet is on the left. It's one of the gathering places of the ghost race, and the ghost deity emperor is there. He's a godly venerable realm expert, and he's definitely much stronger than Xueqi. Are you sure you can help me pass his test? He definitely doesn't like me, and you can't help him fight directly. Long Chen kept her in suspense. Let's go. The sooner we set off, the sooner we can settle this. You're not letting me know, you miser. Ghost Qi was still a child. She was depressed for a few days, and dealt with important matters the next few days. Now that she had relaxed, she was much happier with Long Chen's escort. The two of them immediately headed to the ghost deity planet. Chapter 3106. The ghost god star was about a third larger than the Emperor Blood Star. From afar, the Emperor Blood Star looked like a huge ball of blood that was revolving around the ancestral star, while the ghost god star was a gloomy and evil mist. If the evil mist was included, the ghost god star would be even larger. The entire ghost god star was like an open mouth that was revolving around the ancestral star. Of course, it was swallowing things outside the ancestral star. Although Xueqi left secretly, the gods on the Emperor Blood Star knew that she was going to visit the 8 great emperors and the ancestral ancestor. This concerned the honor of the Emperor Blood Star and the fate of every living being. When the gods saw them leave, all the god emperors and above followed them. Since they had Long Chen to rely on, Xueqi did not reject them. Princess. Great Emperor, we're willing to fight alongside you and share glory. No matter who it is, they can't bully the people of the Emperor Blood Star. Although we're not the strongest among the 9 great companion stars, we're not pushovers either. Great Emperor, we believe in you. Xueqi was under some pressure now. This pressure even made her wonder what Long Chen was going to do. After all, he wasn't her. He couldn't possibly take the test in her place. In any case, the ghost god planar had arrived. Xueqi led the god emperors from planet Emperor Blood to the ghost god planar. The ghost god planar must have received instructions from the primordial ancestor and were already waiting. The ghost clan is very complicated. There are all kinds of strange things. There are crossing ghosts, underworld ghosts, helplessness ghosts, river of forgetfulness ghosts, Yama ghosts, and so on. There should be thousands of them. They're good at hell curses and have strong bodies. They're more talented than the Blood Clan. Actually, our full name is the Blood Curse Clan, while they're the Ghost Curse Clan. The Blood Clan and Ghost Clan are just abbreviations. Before they arrived, Ghost Qi had been trying to help Long Chen learn about this place. What race does the Ghost God Emperor belong to? He doesn't belong to any race. I think he's the Ghost God Emperor's inheritance. There's something special about the Ghost God Emperor's inheritance. Anyone who inherits the Ghost God Emperor's throne will basically become a gathering place for thousands of Ghost Curse tribe clans. He'll have a very disgusting body. You'll understand when you see him. The Ghost God Emperor won't let me pass easily. Long Chen nodded and said nonchalantly, that depends on whether I want him to pass or not. He looked down at the Ghost God meteor that was gradually becoming clearer, and said, the ancestor should be watching us. You should talk less, lest you expose yourself. All right. In their eyes, this turbid world appeared and expanded. In the endless black mist, they could vaguely hear the cries of ghosts and wolves. The entire deity and ghost stellar planet seemed to be submerged in a terrible curse. Countless wronged souls and living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. All kinds of ghosts had actually appeared around Long Chen and the others, including god emperors. They created an atmosphere to oppress Long Chen and the others while mocking them. Look, that's the new bloodthirsty great emperor. She's just a god emperor. I know her. Isn't she Ghost Qi? She used to be arrogant, and no one dared to provoke her. Later, her father was killed by the ancestor, and it said that she was killed by Xueqi. What a pitiful creature. Yes, it's not easy to become the bloodthirsty great emperor, but it said that the situation has changed. Not many people are willing to give face to the Emperor Bloodstar. They're weak, but they're so good at causing trouble. Our ghost god emperor has been around for so many years, and nothing has ever happened. Along the way, various ghost curse tribe members surrounded them, and their words were sharp and merciless. They didn't take Xueqi seriously at all. The ghost god emperor is waiting for her on Ghost God Island. Everyone, hurry up. This is a rare opportunity to see another great emperor make a fool of himself. These cowards from the Emperor Bloodstar should be convinced now. Yes, the last two great emperors have been women. There are more women than men. It would be strange if they weren't cowards. The gods and demons of the ghost god planet were somewhat unbridled, which made the god emperors of the Emperor Bloodstar angry. However, without Xueqi's orders, they couldn't go against these small fries, as that would be a disgrace to their status. Moreover, they were deeply worried. It seemed that the ancestor wanted to personally take control of the Emperor Bloodstar. After all, some people guessed that Xueqi had become the bloodthirsty great emperor because the ancestor had added fuel to the fire. The ancestor definitely didn't want someone whose father had been killed by him to take a position that could threaten him. Now that Xueqi had returned, the other 8 great emperors would obviously be very strict in order to curry favor with the ancestor. You're Xueqi? I remember that you called me uncle when you were young. In the blink of an eye, Xueqi arrived at the Ghost God Island, which was floating on the Ghost God planet. It was a sky island at the center of the Ghost God planet. Although it was called an island, it was almost the size of the dragon sacrificial continent. A large number of Ghost Curse tribe members were hiding on the island of gods and ghosts. They formed a large circle around the island. At the center of the circle, all the experts of the planet of gods and ghosts were gathered. They spread out in a circular area, leaving only a small space for Long Chen and the others. This was also a show of strength. There were many more god emperors than on the Imperial Blood planet. Long Chen looked carefully. As expected, the Ghost Curse race was completely different from the Blood Curse race. They looked very strange, and there were even minotaurs and horse-faced ghosts. Almost all the experts of the Ghost Clan were gathered here. The Ghost Clan was more ferocious than the Blood Clan, especially in terms of their strong divine bodies. Therefore, Xueqi and the others were like a flock of sheep that had entered a wolf's den. The one who spoke was a godly venerable one. He stood in the center and looked like a pretty boy. He was a far cry from the ugly ghosts around him. His voice was sharp and his skin was pale. He squinted at Xueqi with a playful smile on his face. Now that you and I are both part of the 10 great emperor ancestors, I won't call you uncle anymore. Since the other party was using seniority to suppress her, Xueqi did not hold back at all and replied firmly. By then, they had already landed. Even though the area was not big, everyone was united. Their eyes burned with passion, and they were still able to resist the ghost blood curse for the time being. No matter what, you can't change the fact that you're just a little girl. Don't fight with uncle, the ghost god great emperor said with a laugh. Hearing this, the hundreds of thousands of members of the ghost clan laughed together like hooligans. That's true. I wonder if all your hair has grown out. Little girl, why are you a great emperor? You might as well go back and drink your mother's milk. I don't think there's anyone on the Imperial Blood planet with a little bit of backbone. They actually let a little girl become the bloodthirsty great emperor. Not only did he suppress Xueqi, but he also mocked all the members of the Blood clan on the Imperial Blood planet. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the Blood clan's god emperors. They could not bear such humiliation. Don't move. They're shameless and lowly. If we pay attention to them, they'll only become even more arrogant. Today, I'm here to accept the Ghost God Great Emperor's test. I hope you won't say any more useless words. If you're really capable, you can show me. The Ghost God Great Emperor's insults were very harsh. Xueqi was also angered. She was not someone to be trifled with. Before this, Long Chen was still searching for the ancestral dragon's blood essence on Emperor Bloodstar. When he saw that it was about time, he returned. Sure enough, as soon as he returned, the Ghost God Great Emperor waved his arm. In an instant, all the members of the ghost race sneered and dispersed, creating enough space for the battle. Humph! You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. She really thinks she's the bloodthirsty Great Emperor. She's just a god emperor. If she knelt and begged for mercy, would the Great Emperor let her pass? She doesn't know what's good for her. She deserves to be tortured. The Ghost God Emperor's laughter was extremely unpleasant, but Xueqi ignored them. She also ordered the god emperors to retreat. You don't need to worry. Just watch. I can kill Ghost Marriage, so why would I be afraid of him? Hearing Ghost Qi's words, they were not so worried anymore. In fact, Ghost Qi was praying inwardly that Long Chen would help them without batting an eyelid. It's all up to you. With her God Emperor abilities, she definitely did not have the strength to resist the Ghost God Great Emperor. Don't worry. Just do as I say. Long Chen looked at the Ghost God Great Emperor and grinned. At this time, the Ghost God Great Emperor had the same expression. He could see through Ghost Qi at a glance. He only needed one move to kill her. Of course, he only needed her to be defeated and humiliated. Silly girl, Uncle will let you see what a great emperor is today. The Ghost God Great Emperor did not say anything, but his eyes conveyed this message. Such arrogance was the foundation of strength. According to Long Chen's instructions, Ghost Qi imitated Long Chen's action of opening the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Then, in front of the Ghost God Great Emperor, she entered the Death Realm Dragon Gate and disappeared in front of everyone. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the Ghost God Great Emperor. Where did she go? The Ghost God Great Emperor fixed his eyes on her. Are you blind? In the blink of an eye, Ghost Qi appeared in front of him again. This time, the Ghost God Great Emperor was startled. He found that Ghost Qi seemed a bit different, but he couldn't figure out what was different. He just felt a strange sense of danger in his heart. Don't worry about it. Primordial Ancestor wants to force out the existence behind this guy. In that case, I'll just do my best. The God Ghost Emperor let out a roar of rage. Instantly, the God Ghost asteroid under his control began to tremble. With a roar of rage, the wind blew wildly, and a ghastly aura filled the air. The God Ghost Emperor did not hold back in the slightest. That handsome body of his was now undergoing a massive transformation. In an instant, a 10,000-meter-tall giant appeared in front of Long Chen, who had transformed into Ghost Qi. This giant was actually quite disgusting because it was made up of at least 1,000 members of the ghost race. Moreover, there was only one of each type of ghost race, and their bodies were basically sewn together to form a body. For example, the head and even the mouth were made up of two ghost race bodies, just that they were dripping with blood. Chapter 3107. The Divine Ghost Great Emperor's giant body was formed from thousands of different ghost race bodies. It was clearly just one existence, but every part of the ghost race was vivid and lifelike. It made people gasp in amazement and fear. Seeing the appearance of the Divine Ghost Emperor, countless ghosts panicked. They knelt on the ground and screamed mournfully, their eyes flashing with incomparable fanaticism. Roar! In front of Long Chen, the Divine Ghost Emperor let out a furious roar. It was extremely chaotic, because it sounded like thousands of people were roaring at the same time, coming from the thousands of mouths on his body. Just the sound alone was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Are you afraid? Long Chen had transformed into Xueqi and sneered in Xueqi's tone. Actually, his greatest advantage now was that he could use his own laws, because no one knew what Xueqi was capable of, nor did they know that someone like Long Chen existed. They would believe that the current Long Chen was the real Xueqi. How is this possible? Compared to the current Divine Ghost Emperor, Long Chen was like a speck of dust. At this moment, the Divine Ghost Emperor decided to show no mercy. Even if he accidentally killed Xueqi, he wasn't afraid. At least he had the support of the Primordial Ancestor. He couldn't deny that at this moment, Xueqi was still Xueqi, but he was too dangerous. Die! For a time, the 30,000-meter-tall giant began to move, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. A pitch-black symbol appeared on the body of each ghost, twisting and changing. This was a vicious curse from ancient times. For a time, all the ghosts on the Ghost God Great Emperor's body were chanting the same curse. This was a method passed down from ancient times to trigger the curse laws. The voices of over 1,000 people were like the nightmares of venomous snakes, everywhere, causing people's hearts to tremble. For a moment, the sky changed color. Even the god emperors of the kindred in the distance were greatly affected, resisting with all their strength. At the same time, countless ghost race people danced happily, cheering for Ghost God Emperor. Their faces were filled with glory and pride that belonged to their ghost race, causing the god emperors of the kindred to be extremely furious. Peerless Demon and Deity Curse. The ghost god the Great Emperor didn't hesitate to unleash his killer move in front of Ghost 7. The moment the rules exploded, the ghost race bodies instantly condensed into a symbol. The 30,000-meter-tall giant instantly turned into thousands of symbols that appeared in front of Long Chen. Only then did Long Chen realize that the ghost god the Great Emperor hadn't actually grown in size. When the ghost race bodies turned into cursed symbols, he appeared where the brain had been. Quick! The ghost god Grand Emperor gathered over 1,000 runes, condensing the curses and killing intent of the various ghost races into one, forming a pitch-black beam of light in his hand. That beam of light was like a venomous snake, terrifying to the extreme. The ghost god Grand Emperor's eyes were filled with disdain as if he already had Long Chen's life and death in his hands. That was the hell curse of the ghost race. The ghost god the Great Emperor held the black beam of light, his eyes cold. Amidst the cheering and contemptuous laughter of the ghost race, the black beam of light stabbed toward Long Chen like a long spear. The black beam of light instantly crossed the endless space and time, bringing a fatal crisis to Long Chen. One had to admit that the ghost god the Great Emperor was indeed not bad. Just this rule power alone was enough to make him an upper-class ultimate god. Silly girl, get lost. For a moment, the laughter was endless. The ghost race's victory was in their hands. Until now, Long Chen finally reacted. The others thought that he was already scared out of his wits. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red Creator Divine weapon appeared in Long Chen's hand. When the Creator Divine weapon appeared, the entire Ghost God Star seemed to fall into a dead silence. Original incipient grade Ghost Blood Curse. For a moment, screams resounded everywhere. While screaming, Long Chen moved swiftly and neatly. The moment he raised the Ghost Blood Curse, the blood sea of the death rain behind him surged endlessly. The sea of blood roared and roared, making it look like another giant ghost god star. All the energy of this world came from the third blood-red eye on Long Chen's glabella and gathered on the ghost blood curse. Death rained slaughter. A sword slashed out, and a dragon-shaped sword energy shot out. In an infinitely short time, it collided with the ghost god the Great Emperor's peerless ghost god curse. The massive impact of the blood and black colors shook the entire ghost god star. It's a stalemate. Everybody was shocked by Ghost Chi's power. After all, it was an original incipient grade Creator Divine weapon. Speaking of which, it was expected that she could pass the ghost god the Great Emperor's test. However, it was just the beginning. In other words, it wasn't a stalemate at all. It was a kind of crushing bang. A clear sound rang out. The ghost god peerless curse that the ghost god emperor was so proud of was instantly shattered by the death world slaughtering tribulation and the dragon-shaped sword Qi. Under Long Chen's sword, the death world slaughtering tribulation instantly shot towards the ghost god emperor's body, breaking through all of his defenses and instantly piercing through his opponent. It was as if the death world slaughtering tribulation had crushed the ghost god emperor. In the dead silence, the ghost god the Great Emperor's wails were very obvious. His face paled as he fell from the sky, crashing into the ground where the ghost god star was. The power of the death rain slaughter and the ghost blood curse were ravaging his body. If Long Chen hadn't shown mercy, he could have killed the ghost god the Great Emperor in an instant. This was the extent of his current abilities. Now, the ghost god the Great Emperor had a lot of ghost blood curse on him. The slaughter rule power itself was making him bleed. He struggled to get up, but it was useless. He would only embarrass himself if he appeared again. Seeing the current appearance of the divine ghost the Great Emperor, everyone was stunned for a moment. Even the Blood Clan divine emperors themselves couldn't believe it. As for the experts of Ghost Clan who had ridiculed and teased them, they suffered the biggest shock in their lives at this moment. It was as if someone was slapping them hard in the face. Slap, slap, slap. Their tanned faces were red and swollen. Their eyes were dull as they looked at the red in the starry sky. Long Chen no, he was now in Ghost Chi's appearance. For a moment, it was quiet. Originally, Ghost Chi had come to accept the Ghost God the Great Emperor's test. No one had expected Ghost Chi to defeat the Ghost God the Great Emperor in one move. It was like a dream. Even if he went easy on him, it was impossible for him to do this. After all, everyone could see that the Ghost God the Great Emperor was really injured. In the silence, Long Chen's eyes were sharp. He stared at the ghost god the Great Emperor, who was looking at him in fear, doubt, and depression. He said word by word, "Ghost god the Great Emperor, do I pass this test?" His question was like a sharp thorn, piercing the ghost god the great emperor's body. His face was pale and his body trembled. He had been in charge of this place for so many years, but the ghost god the great emperor had never experienced such a crushing defeat and humiliation. He knew that if Ghost Qi was really that powerful, he wouldn't be the only one who would be humiliated. "Excuse me, do I pass?" Long Chen asked again as he approached the ghost god the great emperor. Under Long Chen's strong pressure, the ghost god the great emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Your innate talent is extraordinary, and your strength is tyrannical. I think you are qualified to become the bloodthirsty great emperor." Originally, the original ancestor didn't allow him to say this, but now that he was under such pressure, he had no other choice. He had never thought that Ghost Qi would be so strong, so terrifyingly strong. With that original incipient grade creator divine weapon, he wasn't weaker than the top 4 experts of the ancestral star. Done. Inside the death rain, Ghost Qi was dumbstruck. She hadn't thought that Long Chen could use this method to achieve this. It was an unbelievable scene. He had done it so easily, and she couldn't help but gasp in amazement. At this time, Long Chen said, "Next, I have 8 more places to visit. However, I'm a little tired after today's battle. The ghost god the great emperor should allow me to rest for 5 days before leaving." When all the ghost clan members wanted Long Chen to leave, Long Chen said this in a tough tone, and the ghost god the great emperor couldn't refuse. "No problem. I will arrange a place for you." The ghost god the great emperor had been the ruler of the ghost god planet for many years, and now he had recovered from the humiliation and shock of his defeat. Long Chen smiled faintly. In this way, the time to find the ancestral dragon's blood essence was also done. He looked down and the crowd bowed to him. From today onward, Ghost Qi's name would shake the ancestral star. The bloodthirsty great emperor was rising. "Thank you so much. It's nothing. Moreover, you and I are helping each other, and we both take what we need." At the place arranged by the ghost god the great emperor, Long Chen and Ghost Qi switched roles. Ghost Qi came out of the death world, and Long Chen turned into a speck of dust. He used 5 days to search for the ancestral dragon's blood essence. He could only say 5 days. If he took too long, people would suspect him. The ancestral god must have seen today's battle, but if he's not nearby, he probably won't be able to see anything. They will be suspicious. Ghost Qi is powerful, and as long as they don't know that there are outsiders around, it will be much easier for me. After all, their attention is on Ghost Qi. With that, Long Chen left Ghost Qi and began his search. Of course, he was also in constant contact with Ghost Qi, and he would return immediately if there was any danger. He needed a good opportunity and time to slowly search for the ghost god planet. Therefore, the longer the situation could be maintained, the better. The more mysterious Ghost Qi was, the more likely the ancestral god the great emperor would be. This was Long Chen's goal. Just where is the essence blood of the Chaos Calamity Dragon? Because he couldn't be too high profile, Long Chen couldn't find it quickly. He had to observe the movements of the eye left by the black jade dragon head, but there was basically no movement. However, he didn't give up. It must be on the ancestral star. I'll find it eventually. Now that I have the ancestral dragon's blood essence, I have 7, including the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Other than the 10th ancestral dragon, I'm still missing the 1st ancestral dragon, the 2nd ancestral dragon, the origin and the primordial. I just don't know where the ancestral dragon's blood essence is. Chapter 3108. Ancestral Star. Black, blood, and gray curses were rolling on this massive planet. Under the influence of the curses, all kinds of evil creatures were wreaking havoc. Pure energy couldn't survive in the ancestral star. Do you see that? In this dark space, there were billions of black, blood, and gray curses twisting like poisonous snakes. Under the layers of curses, this was a forbidden area that ordinary people couldn't reach. In this space, there was a gray vortex that looked like an eye. One could see a woman sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She didn't move at all. It was Ghost Qi. Someone was watching Ghost Qi. There were 2 people watching her. One of them was shrouded in a large gray robe. He was as thin as a stick and floated in the air. He didn't seem to have any feet. One could only see a cluster of gray flames under the hood of the gray robe. That should be his eyes. This was a sinister and treacherous expert, but at this moment, he could only act as a servant. Beside him, the person he was respectfully facing was actually a baby. He was extremely young, only about 1 year old, but he was not cute at all. Instead, he seemed old and dignified. There were a total of 3 eyes on his face, and they were the color of blood, black and gray. There was a symbol on each eye. That dry and old sentence just now came from this baby. It didn't seem like it was him who said it. "Ancestor, she hasn't moved at all," the man in the gray robe reported after observing for a long time. That 1-year-old baby was the master of the entire ancestral star, the entire original incipient grade world. It was terrifying. Anyway, Long Chen didn't expect that he would be like this. It's strange. She's like a different person after entering the door. But Ghost Chi doesn't have a sister, the man in the gray robe sighed. Ancestor looked at Ghost Chi in the vortex and said, "She's too far away. I can't understand her just by looking. But there's no need to hurry. Let her go. She'll find something eventually. No matter what, her power is too strange. Before we can figure it out, she shouldn't move. I'm worried that some otherworldly expert is messing with her." The gray-robed man said, "Ancestor, just what kind of place is the other world? Are there experts comparable to you there?" "I've seen one before, that's why I'm worried that he'll come. I've been preparing for so many years, and I'm just about to fight him. I didn't expect Xueqi to suddenly appear like this. Perhaps this has something to do with the other party's scheme. Since she doesn't dare to kill anyone, we'll let her go to a few more places. That way, it'll be easier for us to deal with her." The gray-robed man nodded. "Progenitor, the other world will be a better place than our home world. Survival of the fittest. Our home planet is too small. With our strength, we should have a bigger world. We just need to cross the Blood Evil Star area." The gray-robed man seemed to have understood a little. At that moment, the progenitor smiled faintly and said, "I used to think that I was the most powerful expert in the world. Who knew that there would be such an expert on the other side as well? We've all lost our memories and even forgotten how big the world is. I think I've been dead for too long. I should find a new path and rule a new galaxy. Otherwise, what's the point of living?" At this juncture, we really have to be careful of Xueqi's appearance. Moreover, she's indeed very powerful in dealing with ghosts and gods. "I'm afraid that even I can't do that," the gray-robed man said. "You don't have to be humble. You'll be my greatest help in conquering the other world. Of course, if Xueqi is on our side, our chances will be even greater." "Progenitor, I understand." In the time tunnel, the chaos demonic ancestor was pacing back and forth in the eternal vortex. He was familiarizing himself with the eternal vortex while looking at the vast vortex around him. He's escaped, but he'll come back eventually. The chaos demonic ancestor's eyes burned with hatred. At that moment, Heavenly God Luya contacted him. Of course, he was still far away in the north. "I heard that you have a grudge against Long Chen," Heavenly God Luya asked. "Yes. Do I have to kill him?" "If I have the chance, of course I have to kill him. As far as I know, your son committed suicide after losing the battle. You can't blame anyone else. If you're pleading for him, you don't have to say anything else. Get lost." "That's not it. However, I do have something important to remind you. It's related to the safety of your eastern galaxy, so I'll be straightforward. Do you know about Primeval Troll?" 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 4 days, Long Chen had actually searched through the entire deity ghost meteor. He then spent another day checking it again. Unless the essence blood of the Chaos Calamity Dragon had fallen into someone else's hands, the deity ghost meteor should be gone. Let's go to the next companion star. After returning, Long Chen turned into a speck of dust and stayed on Xueqi's body. Xueqi attracted the attention of the progenitor and the others for a few days. Because she didn't do anything, the progenitor and the others didn't notice anything. Of course, they were still paying attention to Xueqi's movements. All right. Along with the Blood Clan's divine emperor, Xueqi and the others left the deity ghost meteor under the resentful gazes of the ghost god the great emperor and countless ghosts. They headed to the next companion star. The next supreme deity was slightly weaker than the ghost god the great emperor. Basically, from that moment on, Long Chen repeated the same old trick. Every time, he would help Xueqi defeat one supreme deity after another. Then, he would spend 5 days searching for the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. The longer he waited, the more he looked forward to finding the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. His intuition told him that the essence blood of the ancestral dragon was getting closer and closer to him. Long Chen's desire to obtain it grew stronger. He overcame all obstacles along the way. These days, the bloodthirsty great emperor's reputation rose in the ancestral star. Xueqi's name rose to prominence. Even the lowest beings knew that the bloodthirsty great emperor on the Emperor Blood Planet was extremely powerful. Of course, it was the new bloodthirsty great emperor, not Xueqi. On the Emperor Blood Planet, Xueqi was now a joke. It was a synonym for betrayal. Along the way, Long Chen helped Xueqi defeat 5 supreme deities. Naturally, no one knew that it was Long Chen who did it. Even the progenitors probably could not see it. Every time, Long Chen would use the death rain to replace his opponents. Every time he defeated his opponents with one move, he would stay for 5 days and let Xueqi attract their attention. Although he succeeded every time, Long Chen was depressed. He had already found 5 companion stars, but there was no trace of the essence blood of the ancestral star. It seems that the remaining 3 companion stars and the ancestral star have the essence blood of the ancestral star. I have to be more careful. I can stay for about 10 more days. Xueqi said, no problem, I will try my best to hold them back. However, the remaining 3 supreme deities are the strongest below the progenitors. They are more difficult to deal with. You have to be careful. They are the leaders of the Blood Curse tribe, the Ghost Curse tribe, and the Heaven Curse tribe. The Curse tribe was the Heaven Curse tribe, and they were experts in cursing. Aren't you the leader of the Blood tribe? Long Chen asked. Bloodthirsty Great Emperor shook his head and smiled. How is that possible? Among the 10 great emperors, there are 3 great emperors from the Blood clan. I am one of them, and so is Sacrificial Great Emperor. The last one is Green Blood Great Emperor. He controls an original incipient grade boundless divine technique. His emperor inheritance is much more terrifying than Bloodthirsty Great Emperor and Sacrificial Great Emperors. That's why he's the real leader of the Blood clan. I'm only the 2nd or 3rd. Similarly, the Ghost Curse tribe and Heaven Curse tribe also have their leaders. Long Chen understood. Primordial realm ultimate gods who possess the primordial incipient boundless divine technique should be similar to Shangyang Fairy. Shangyang Fairy was considered a peak existence among ultimate gods of that level. He did not expect there to be 3 of them in the ancestral star. The ancestral star's harsh environment made sense for 3 ultimate gods to be born there. We're about to arrive at Emperor Greenblood's companion star. It's one of the 3 largest companion stars. It's called Azure Blood Star. Do you see it? In the pitch-black night sky, Long Chen indeed saw a dot in front of him. It looked like a green drop of blood. They had just set off, so it was still quite far away. You can definitely defeat him. I'm just worried that you will be exposed. After all, we are getting closer and closer to the ancestral star. Long Chen naturally understood that. The situation he disliked the most was the ancestor joining forces with all the ultimate gods to attack him. It was precisely because of that he did not show up directly to let the ancestor and the others still have hope in Xueqi. Of course, Long Chen did not want to become enemies with the ancestor and the others. After all, he was here to take away what belonged to him and to seek help. The Azure Blood Star gradually grew larger in front of him. It should be here in about 10 days. Emperor Greenblood and the others were probably waiting for Xueqi's arrival. At that moment, Long Chen switched places with Xueqi and led the Blood Clan Divine Emperors towards the Azure Blood Star in a high-profile manner. A companion star was a new hope. Rumble. On the Azure Sky Blood Star, the green blood sea was churning. The green blood was even more terrifying than the red blood. The entire Azure Sky Blood Star was like hell on earth. However, the Azure Blood Great Emperor looked like an immortal. He looked gentle and quiet. There were no experts from the Azure Sky Blood Star beside him. He was the only one. The divine emperors of the Imperial Blood Star were about to return. After all, a war could break out at any time and affect them. Bloodthirsty Emperor. Emperor Greenblood. Both sides greeted each other. Emperor Greenblood was very straightforward. He gestured for Long Chen to make a move. Long Chen could see the rolling divine power on his body. It was indeed original incipient level power. It was similar to Long Chen's Dragon God origin power. Chapter 3109. Xueqi had become the bloodthirsty emperor. The other 10 ancestor emperors were supposed to test her, but with Long Chen's intervention, it became a battle between Xueqi and the other emperors. More terrifyingly, she defeated all her opponents with a single move. The bloodthirsty emperor's name had shaken the ancestral star like never before. Xueqi was a member of the blood race, and Green Blood Emperor was the leader of the blood race, the number 1 of the blood race. Today's battle was especially meaningful. If Xueqi could maintain her terrifying progress, she might very well replace Green Blood Emperor as the new number 1 of the blood race, or even the new leader of the blood race. That would be a huge shock to the blood race, and even the entire ancestral star. Therefore, the people and gods of the ancestral star were actually watching this battle. Of course, the one who was actually participating in the battle was Long Chen. All the living beings and gods on the Azure Blood Star were waiting for the battle to start. The god kings and god emperors were actually very close to the battlefield, watching nervously in the dark. Long Chen knew that the primordial ancestor would also be paying attention to this battle. The expressions of the onlookers were naturally different from those on the deity and ghost planet. They were already in awe of Xueqi. The battle began. The power forged by Great Emperor Greenblood's green sky blood demon art spread out. It was as if he had control over the entire eternal level world. His opponent's phantoms were everywhere. His movements were very small, but his attacks were very intense. Because of the difference in the laws of curses, Long Chen had no choice but to pay close attention. All of a sudden, Green Blood Emperor made his move. In his green eyes, a strange symbol began to spread and instantly covered his entire body. Those symbols were like green snakes that appeared on his flesh and skin. It was quite terrifying. His head was lowered, but his eyes were raised to look at Long Chen. His green lips were wriggling. There was no sound, but there was an invisible tyrannical power that could take away an opponent's life. Cyan Blood Curse. The moment Green Blood Immortal Emperor unleashed his law power, he was at his most terrifying. His eyes suddenly widened, revealing a strange light. Long Chen exchanged a glance with that gaze and instantly discovered that he had been tricked. Soundless and formless. Just one look and it can instantly make the opponent fall into its own rules. This is the power of the curse rules. The green blood curse instantly invaded his body and brought about a huge change. In an instant, all the blood in his body turned green. This was a curse. Under the power of the curse, the green blood was a super destructive and tyrannical blood. He couldn't control it at all. It was like a giant beast in his body, wreaking havoc. At the first moment, Long Chen used the flame of life to protect himself. However, he found that it was useless. The curse rules couldn't be suppressed. In just a short time, his entire body was covered in green blood. If he couldn't suppress it, he would be torn apart. Although he wouldn't die, if he was defeated and the original ancestor found out his secret, his future would be hard. At this critical moment, Long Chen knew that it would take a lot of energy to dissolve the Cyan blood curse. He had a method that would take less energy, and that was to attack. Death Rain Calamity. A sword swept horizontally. The power of the Death Rain, the new original incipient grade creator divine weapon, the Ghost Blood Curse, and the power of the Divine Dragon, the origin of all living things, combined to form an earth-piercing sword that tore the sky and earth. Before this, many people cheered when they saw that the Azure Blood Emperor had used the Azure Blood Curse to control Long Chen and succeeded in breaking the rules. In the void of the ancestral star, even the original ancestor and the grey-cloaked man thought that Great Emperor Green Blood was about to succeed. They had watched Long Chen's battles. Long Chen had used the Death Rain Calamities rules in each battle. Her rules is slaughter, but she doesn't have any curse. Her curse relies on the Ghost Blood Curse. She only has this one move. I guess that's the only rule she knows. She's so strange. While they were talking, Long Chen's Death Rain Calamity shot towards Great Emperor Green Blood. Great Emperor Green Blood was controlling the Cyan Blood Curse to attack Long Chen. Of course, he couldn't dodge Long Chen's attack easily. Thus, he had to give up the Cyan Blood Curse and flee. Swoosh. Great Emperor Green Blood had made the right choice. Half dodging, half blocking. In the end, he managed to block the Death Rain. However, the Green Blood Curse had also ended, and Long Chen had regained his freedom. I can't give him another chance to use his curse rules. Long Chen quickly made up his mind and attacked again with the Ghost Blood Curse. He didn't want to expose his other powers and rules for the time being. He wanted to use the Death Rain calamity to defeat Great Emperor Greenblood and make Xueqi's name even more famous. However, Great Emperor Greenblood suddenly turned around in the middle of his escape. He had realized how terrifying Long Chen's strength was, so he decided to fight him head-on. Long Chen could tell from the look in Great Emperor Greenblood's eyes that he was going to fight him to the death. The battle might seem simple, but it was actually more dangerous. If he failed to defeat his opponent in one move, he would expose more of his strength later on. Soul-breaking curse. As expected, Great Emperor Greenblood attacked immediately. This time, he must have used a power that surpassed his limits. His unique green serpent symbol expanded once again and instantly dyed his body green, as if countless venomous snakes were coiling around him. Bas! This time, it was a huge blow to Long Chen. Just the name Soul-Severing Curse was already very clear. It was a curse that targeted the Yuan spirit and soul. However, the Soul-Severing Curse didn't just target the Yuan spirit. It affected the direct connection between the Yuan spirit and the body. In that instant, Long Chen felt that his body and Yuan spirit had been cut apart by Emperor Azure Blood's gaze. If the physical body and soul were separated, the situation would be serious. Even if they could recover, they wouldn't be able to do so for a period of time. A mere God King was enough to deal with Long Chen. Long Chen was well aware of the power of the curse. It wasn't that he felt that the Green Blood Emperor was strong, but that the curse's rules were indeed miraculous. If he allowed the two to separate, he would definitely lose. If he could defeat the Chaos Sun, it would be a joke if he was defeated by Emperor Greenblood as well. At that critical moment, Long Chen could no longer care about his trump card. He was still holding the Ghost Blood Curse in his right hand. In that instant, a flash of light appeared in his left hand, and the illusory Great Void Demon Sword instantly appeared. The moment it appeared was the moment when his physical body and primordial spirit were about to be separated by the soul-breaking curse. Long Chen relied on the Great Void Demon Sword to burst forth with all the strength in his body and slashed out. Destiny-killing art. The destiny-killing art reached Great Emperor Greenblood in an instant. No matter how Great Emperor Greenblood resisted, it rushed into his body. Time was like water, and destiny was like a knife. After severing the past, Great Emperor Greenblood's body stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into a piece of white jade by Long Chen with the most shocked expression. Naturally, the soul-breaking curse stopped in that instant. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had reversed the situation and obtained victory. However, in his eyes, he was considered a failure in today's battle. I didn't expect that I would underestimate my opponent's move. I was obviously stronger than him, but I was almost hit. If I had attacked him first, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. Moreover, the Great Void Demon Sword, time, and destiny principles have been exposed. Although he had put away the Great Void Demon Sword, the original ancestor must have seen it. A second original incipient grade creator divine weapon must have shocked him. Long Chen's guess was correct. Now, Great Emperor Greenblood had turned into a piece of white jade and landed on the Azure Blood Sea below. The God Emperors of Blue Sky Bloodstar were dumbstruck. They hurried to search for Great Emperor Greenblood. They thought that Great Emperor Greenblood had died in battle, so they were very nervous. They didn't dare to look up at Long Chen, who had defeated Great Emperor Greenblood. Of course, in their eyes, it was Xueqi who had attacked. On the ancestral star, the original ancestor frowned when he saw Long Chen's destiny-killing technique. That's not the slaughter principle. That's an original incipient grade creator divine weapon, the gray-robed man said in astonishment. That's right. It seems to be related to time, but it's also related to another rule. It's hard to tell. How could Xueqi have such a rule? Also, we can foresee the appearance of the original incipient grade creator divine weapon. The ancestral star doesn't have this original incipient grade creator divine weapon. It must be from another world. The gray-robed man was shocked. There are so many original incipient grade creator divine weapons in the other world? Doesn't that mean that the people in the other world are much stronger than us? That's not it. Perhaps their strongest expert has already entered our world. Moreover, there's definitely something wrong with Xueqi. It's hard to make her one of us, but she's so strong. This was what the original ancestor was most upset about. He wanted to subdue Xueqi, but he was afraid that Xueqi had joined the other world. He was afraid that she would betray them. After all, he was the one who killed her father. Original ancestor. It seems that she'll be coming to me soon. She's going to look for the one from the Ghost Clan first. I should go back now. Maybe I should meet her. The original ancestor nodded. I can only rely on you. But this time, I'll go as well. No matter how much I watch here, it's better to go and see for myself. He wanted to wait until Ghost Chi arrived at the ancestral star, but he couldn't wait any longer. The longer he waited, the more passive he would be. After defeating Great Emperor Greenblood, Long Chen didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, he removed the rules for him and allowed him to return to normal. Great Emperor Greenblood was willing to be defeated. Since you've defeated me, you'll be the leader of the Blood Clan from now on. Great Emperor Greenblood was expressionless. Long Chen smiled. It's just an empty title. I don't care about it. However, I have to stay here for 10 days to rest and reorganize before heading to the next place. I'm sure you won't refuse. It used to be 5 days, but now it's 10 days. Suit yourself. Chapter 31:10. Green blood rolled like waves, forming terrifying waves. Especially on the surface of the sea, the waves swept thousands of meters high, like a wall sweeping over. It was hard to imagine how the blood race of the Azure Sky Blood Star survived in such a harsh environment. Their way of survival was that experts used fortune divine weapons to build cities that floated above the Azure Blood Sea. Each city was like a giant ship that did not have a fixed position. They drifted around in the blood-colored waves. Mortals could not leave the cities, and if ordinary gods and devils left the cities, they might not be able to find their homes again. Long Chen turned into a speck of dust, then into a Blood Clan expert with the strength of a god emperor. He traveled through the entire Azure Blood Star. Time passed by, and he gradually covered the entire Azure Blood Star. Long Chen's focus was on some forbidden places in the Azure Blood Star. Although the forbidden area was dangerous, it was nothing to someone of his level. This is the third last companion star, and there's still none? In fact, Long Chen did not want to meet the Ancestral Lord directly. If the blood essence of the Chaos Calamity Dragon was on the Ancestral Star, he would definitely have to search for it under the nose of the Ancestral Lord. It would probably be a very dangerous thing. Although I'm more confident in the transformation rules, I'm not sure if I'll be exposed when I face the Ancestral Lord. This was his worry. The best outcome would be to find the Ancestral Lord's blood essence on the companion star. This might allow Long Chen to take the initiative. The more he failed to find it, the more passive he would be in the future. 10 days seems to be up. This time, Long Chen searched very carefully, but still did not find anything. Obviously, there's nothing on the Azure Blood Star. During these 10 days, Xueqi was still being watched. Fortunately, she had attracted everyone's attention. Otherwise, Long Chen would not have been able to search so many companion stars. After all, no matter how similar his transformation rules were, this was still the Ancestral Lord's territory. He returned to Xueqi's side. How was it? Too much had changed over the past few days, and Ghost 7 was also shaken to the core. When he saw Long Chen return, he could not help but ask anxiously. Nothing. Let's go to the next place. Long Chen, I think that if this goes on, the Ancestral Founder will become suspicious. Long Chen thought about it and said, there will definitely be danger, but I'm not much weaker than the original ancestor. Even if I'm discovered later, you can rest assured that I'll be safe and sound. It's just that after being discovered, the difficulty will increase, and the danger will increase. Xueqi was relieved to hear that. She had thought that visiting the 10 great the Arch-Ancestors would be a simple matter. She did not expect Long Chen to cause such a ruckus and defeat 6 ultimate gods in a row. She was shocked. Right now, the bloodthirsty emperor's reputation was terrifying. Let's go. The other god emperors of the Imperial Blood Star had already returned, so it was very convenient for them to travel. Their next target was the leader of the ghost race. Long Chen replaced Ghost Chi and quietly left the Azure Blood Star. Half a month later, the bloodthirsty emperor's reputation reached its peak again, to the extent that the entire ancestral star trembled. That was because after Long Chen replaced Ghost Chi and arrived at the next companion star, he defeated the leader of the ghost race, the Devil Emperor, with one move at an unprecedented speed. This meant that among the 10 great the Arch-Ancestors of the ancestral star, only the Ancestral Founder and the Skyheart Emperor could be a match for Long Chen. In fact, although the Sky Heart Emperor had the original incipient grade divine weapon and the original incipient grade divine technique, and was as strong as the Green Blood Emperor and the Devil Emperor combined, and was the strongest leader of the Heaven Curse tribe, compared to the new Bloodthirsty Emperor, he was still in danger. Therefore, the battle between the future Sky Heart Emperor and Long Chen could be said to be the most spectacular battle so far. It was the most shocking battle for the ancestral star. The Bloodthirsty Emperor was like a miracle, rising to power in the ancestral star. After that, Long Chen left the Devil Emperor and headed for the Sky Heart Star, where the Sky Heart Emperor resided. It was the closest to the ancestral star, and also the largest of the 9 companion stars. It was almost half the size of the ancestral star, and it was also the core of the Curse tribe among the 3 races. Billions of lives in the ancestral star were waiting for Long Chen's arrival for the most spectacular battle that everyone had been waiting for. Who was stronger, the Bloodthirsty Emperor or the Sky Heart Emperor? The Sky Heart Emperor has the original incipient grade creator divine weapon and the boundless divine technique. He should be a character infinitely close to the Chaos Saint's son. In the ancestral star, he firmly occupies the 2nd position, just below the origin ancestor. He is the most important confidant of the origin ancestor, and has existed for as long as the origin ancestor. The other 8 companion stars have had their emperors passed down many times, but the Sky Heart Emperor has basically never changed. Oh, then he should be a good opponent. I have to test how strong I am now. Long Chen was looking forward to this battle. He could already see the huge planet shrouded in gray mist. However, he still didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him this time. In fact, when Long Chen defeated the Green Blood Emperor, everyone knew that the Ghost Emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. He would definitely go to the heart of Sky Star and have an unprecedented battle with the Sky Heart Emperor. Therefore, many God Demons experts had set off for the heart of Sky Star to watch the battle. Before Long Chen arrived, the heart of Sky Star was already filled with experts. Even the Ghost God Emperor, the Sacrificial Blood Emperor, the Green Blood Emperor, and the other ultimate gods who were defeated by Long Chen had also arrived. Almost all the experts of the ancestral star had gathered on the heart of Sky Star. They were hiding and watching coldly as if they were waiting for something. In the midst of the heart of Sky Star, 2 figures suddenly appeared. One was a gray-robed man, and the other was a 1-year-old infant with an ancient aura. The origin ancestor squinted his eyes and looked in the direction where Long Chen came from. He said in a low voice, "It's about time. I'll hide nearby and watch your performance." The gray-robed man was the Sky Heart Emperor. Rest assured, origin ancestor, I won't let you down. I'll do my best to complete the mission. Victory or defeat doesn't matter. What's important is to stall for a period of time. It's best if we can see through this kid's secret. This time, we can't let him escape from under our eyes. The Sky Heart Emperor said, "No problem. I also want to see how strong the otherworldly experts are." Although he didn't say much, the Sky Heart Emperor's blood was already boiling from the start. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. There were too many experts on the heart of Sky Star. The God Emperors from the ancestral star and the 9 companion stars were hiding in the mist of the heart of Sky Star, waiting anxiously and expectantly. To them, this was originally a test, but it had now become the battle of the century. Everything in the ancestral star was gathered here. Primordial Ancestor laid down an illusory law beside the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor. After that, he entered it and gradually vanished. The Origin Ancestor is still the Origin Ancestor. Even though he's beside me, I can't detect him. The Sky Heart Emperor sighed. Of course, he knew that the Origin Ancestor's eyes were right beside him. As long as Long Chen came and fought, he wouldn't be able to hide from the Origin Ancestor's eyes. He also felt that Long Chen had many mysteries, but they were about to be revealed. Origin Ancestor, why do you think Xueqi stayed for 5 or 10 days after defeating his opponent? I think she doesn't need to rest at all. I don't know either, but the key to her secret must be here. However, since I'm already here, she has no more secrets to hide. Skyheart, it's all up to you now. Long Chen was very close to the heart of Sky Star. There are so many experts. On the Heart of Heaven planet, Long Chen saw hundreds of divine emperors, close to 500 of them. In addition, the ultimate gods he had defeated were basically all present. Even the Great Ghost Emperor was the first to arrive before Long Chen even left after he defeated him. This lineup. What are they trying to do? Xueqi was slightly nervous. Long Chen squinted his eyes for a while and said, "They're fine, they're not much of a threat. I'm worried that the origin ancestor might be among them since they're making such a big fuss. He's trying to figure us out today." Xueqi panicked even more. "What should we do? Will they find out about your rule change? What if they do?" Long Chen thought about it. This day would come sooner or later. He said it doesn't matter. There's only the ancestral star and the heart of sky star left. We can't avoid a head-on confrontation anyway. We don't have to worry about anything else. We just have to defeat the heart of sky emperor. I can handle the rest. Although Long Chen was very confident, Xueqi couldn't help but be nervous. After all, she had been here since she was young. Even though she was the princess of the Imperial Bloodstar, she knew how terrifying the Heart of Sky Emperor and the Origin Ancestor were. The closer they got to the Heart of Sky Star, the denser the aura became. There were too many experts hidden in the endless clouds. Long Chen turned into Xueqi and descended. He didn't get too close to the Heart of Sky Star, but stopped outside of it. He was very cautious. He said, "Heart of Sky Emperor, I'm afraid of hurting the people of your Heart of Sky Star. Please come out and fight." The Heart of Sky Emperor was very straightforward. He broke through the clouds and appeared in front of Long Chen under everyone's nervous gazes. Although it would be difficult for the Origin Ancestor to see him from this distance, the Origin Ancestor would definitely not have a problem. In front of Long Chen, the Heart of Sky Emperor was so thin that he didn't even have a body. He only wore a gray robe that covered his whole body. There was only a gray flame on his hood. It was very frightening. Chapter 31:11. It's not the ancestral flame, but it seems to have been born from the ancestral flame and has been contaminated with the aura of the ancestral flame. This kind of flame has cursed and evil characteristics, which is somewhat similar to the characteristics of the prehistoric calamity dragon. After listening to Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen understood. Back then, the chaotic heavenly fate dragon's inheritance blood essence was in the same place as the heavenly emperor ancestral flame. This ancestral flame is actually similar to the Chaos Calamity Dragon. The original ancestral flame should be the ancestral flame of the Chaos Calamity Dragon. Since Emperor Sky Heart has this flame, he must have been close to the ancestral flame and knows its location. Naturally, he should know the location of the inheritance blood essence. This was the biggest piece of information Long Chen received about the inheritance blood essence after coming to the ancestral star. This information directly changed his heart. He finally had an idea, and of course he was happy. It was just that this was his battlefield and it was impossible for the Skyheart Emperor to bring him to the location he wanted to go. Long Chen was very clear in his heart that he only had an inkling of what he wanted. There was still a huge gap before he could truly obtain the inheritance blood essence. Moreover, the ancestral founder was still here, and he could not be too emotional. At this juncture, although he had such an important clue, Long Chen still calmed himself down and pretended not to know anything. Then, he looked at his opponent and the Heart of Sky Star. Emperor Skyheart seemed to be one with the Heart of Sky Star. His body was the body of the Heart of Sky Star. The Heart of Sky Star was huge, but in fact, there was no land, only endless clouds. The Heavenly Curse tribe lived in these clouds. On the Heart of Sky Star, there was a terrifying disaster called Heavenly Curse Lightning. Heavenly Curse Lightning filled the entire Heart of Sky Star and shot out in all kinds of forms. Ordinary Heavenly Curse Lightning would definitely die if they touched it. These Heavenly Curse Lightning were the size of a finger, and there were trillions of them. Ordinary Heavenly Curse Lightning were the size of an arm, or the size of a mortal's body. They could travel through worlds, and ordinary gods and demons would definitely die if they touched them. There were even larger Heavenly Curse Lightning that could even threaten hierarchs. However, the harsher the environment, the more powerful a race could be nurtured. The Heavenly Curse race was a powerful race that was born in this place. Therefore, for generations, no one had left this place even though they knew it was dangerous. Bloodthirsty Great Emperor. Attention please. The Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor was extremely polite. The moment they met, under the anticipation of millions of gods and devils, he decisively acted. Before he acted, he even reminded Long Chen. Swoosh! With a flick of his long robes, the Sky Heart Emperor disappeared into the starry space. The battle erupted. In order to get rid of this opponent who was probably about the same level as the Chaos Saint's son as soon as possible, Long Chen naturally had to show his full strength. At this moment, the ghost blood curse appeared on his right hand. The power of the dragon god of all things origin erupted and surged towards the ghost blood curse, causing it to burst with a boundless cold light that swept out. The pressure that came from it shook the heavens and the earth, suppressing countless god emperors on the heart of heaven planet. Heavenly curse lightning. Eternal ashes. The heaven's heart immortal emperor did not say a word and immediately made his move. This was the ultimate technique among the heavenly curse lightning. Under this law, the entire heart of heaven planet instantly went berserk. The originally quiet clouds and mist instantly turned into wild beasts. The heaven's heart immortal emperor is truly terrifying. He actually used a sure kill technique that he hasn't used for countless years. Fusing with the heart of heaven planet and activating all the heavenly curse lightning, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire ancestral star who can withstand this move other than the primordial ancestor. Since the heaven's heart immortal emperor thinks so highly of this opponent, the bloodthirsty great emperor will finally be in danger. For a moment, the god emperors were in an uproar. Even those ultimate gods who were defeated by Long Chen turned pale when they saw this law. They exchanged glances and understood how terrifying the heaven's heart immortal emperor was. It was especially so for the Green Blood Great Emperor and the Devil Great Emperor, as they once wanted to challenge the Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor's position. Rumble. In that instant, the entire heart of Sky Star seemed like it was about to explode. Suddenly, countless rays of gray divine light flashed, piercing through the heavens and the earth. A scorching aura erupted like an explosion. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw countless gray thunderbolts of various sizes intertwining with each other, forming a huge gray electric serpent. It was tens of thousands of feet long and violently attacked. That was the heavenly curse lightning. The arm-sized heavenly curse lightning could kill gods and demons. It was simply a miracle for it to be tens of thousands of zhong long. It could destroy everything. Moreover, the speed of the heavenly curse lightning was extremely fast and violent. It instantly covered a distance of 1,000 li and descended in front of Long Chen like a huge serpent that wanted to swallow a speck of dust. In the face of such a killing move, Long Chen remained calm. Without saying a word, he raised the ghost blood curse in his hand. No matter what kind of curse his opponent used, he would only use one move to deal with it, and that was the Death World Killing Calamity. The power of the Death Calamity, the power of the Dragon God Origin, and the power of the Ghost Blood Curse combined. Compared to the Sky Heart Emperor, it was an original incipient grade divine weapon. The Sky Heart Emperor cultivated the Sky Heart Incantation Cannon, which was also an original incipient grade divine technique. In terms of power, it wasn't any weaker than Long Chen. Therefore, this was a battle of principles. The Death Calamity produced a dragon-shaped sword chi. In a blink of an eye, the blood-colored sword light exploded. In a short time, it became tens of thousands of zhong long and directly clashed with the heavenly curse lightning. The bloodthirsty emperor still has the same rule. Can you block it? Just when everyone was feeling doubtful, Long Chen gave them an answer. The Death World's Killing Tribulation and the Heaven Curse Lightning Tribulation clashed head-on, causing both Long Chen and the Sky Heart Emperor to be sent flying. For a time, the red and gray beasts were fighting in the starry space. Fortunately, Long Chen had shifted the location of the battle to the starry space. Otherwise, many people would have died. Bang! The two principles were destroyed. They were evenly matched. Everyone knew how terrifying the heavenly curse lightning was. They also knew that Long Chen had always used the Death Calamity to defeat his opponents. Today, they finally knew the limit of the Death Calamity. The heavenly curse lightning was one of the strongest principles that the Sky Heart Emperor could display. You're the first person to block my principle head-on. Long Chen used Ghost Chi's arrogant tone to look down on Emperor Skyheart. How arrogant! The Sky Heart Emperor did not respond. Instead, many heaven-cursed tribe deity emperors could not bear to listen to him. However, they had to admit that Xueqi was too strong. The Sky Heart Emperor might be defeated today, and Xueqi would become the second strongest in the ancestral star. For a moment, there seemed to be a large number of people cursing on the Sky Heart planet. The Sky Heart Emperor could not see any expression on his face. Your fortune divine weapons are not bad, the Sky Heart Emperor muttered. In the ancestral star, he was far from being a match for the origin ancestor. However, he did not need to use his fortune divine weapon to deal with other ultimate gods. And it's been a long time since I've used it. Right at this moment, a black mirror appeared in front of Sky Heart Heavenly Emperor. That was a complicated bronze mirror in Sky Heart Heavenly Emperor's hand. As soon as it appeared, Long Chen could feel how terrifying it was. This was a mirror that could make people shiver in fear. It shouldn't be weaker than Long Chen's original incipient grade creator divine weapon. The Sky Heart Emperor had the original incipient level Heavenly Heart Incantation Codex and the original incipient level Fortune divine weapon, the Mirror of Heavenly Curse. Rumor had it that this was a cursed realm that no one could escape from. As long as the owner of the Mirror of Heavenly Curse knew who he wanted to deal with, he could take that person's life even if they were billions of miles away. In the folklore of the ancestral star, the Sky Heart Emperor was the person who controlled the life and death of all living beings. As long as someone appeared in his mirror, it would be that person's death day. In the Mirror of Heavenly Curse, Long Chen saw a twisted symbol. It should be a very complicated and ancient word. It looked like an eye looking at the world. Mirror of Heavenly Curse. I've finally seen the legendary Mirror of Heavenly Curse. The sacred weapon of death that is everywhere. Even the ultimate gods yearned for the Mirror of Heavenly Curse. Before the Ghost Blood Curse appeared, it was the only original incipient level Fortune divine weapon apart from the origin ancestor. The Sky Heart Emperor held it in his hand. The gray flame stared at Long Chen and said in a deep voice, "As long as you can block this move of mine, there's nothing I can do. You're very powerful, but you still have to be careful. You're a genius. I don't want to take your life unintentionally at this time. So if you can't take it anymore, just admit defeat. What you need is the recognition of the bloodthirsty Emperor. If you can do this, no one in the entire ancestral star will think that you're not qualified to be the bloodthirsty Emperor." Not only the bloodthirsty Emperor, but he was also the strongest among the 9 accompanying stars. All right. Long Chen would not underestimate his opponent. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first has the advantage. At this moment, Long Chen held the Ghost Blood Curse with both hands. The swastika word on the Ghost Blood Curse spread out in all directions. At that moment, Long Chen's blood chi was monstrous. That monstrous aura was a fatal deterrent to tens of thousands of gods and demons. The battle was about to start. The ultimate battle. Curse of past and present lives. The Sky Heart Emperor did not say much. In this deadly confrontation, the Mirror of Heavenly Curse in his hand changed greatly. A gray vortex appeared in the mirror, like a reincarnation cycle. The cycle was expanding, tracing back to the distance. At that moment, Long Chen, who was still in front of the mirror, felt something descending on his body. Curse. He realized it. Suddenly, he was shocked. He saw the Mirror of Heavenly Curse. On the Mirror of Heavenly Curse, the reincarnation cycle ended and a gray figure appeared. It was a figure that Long Chen could not forget after seeing. It was very familiar, just like himself. "This is your past life." The voice of the Sky Heart Emperor was like a curse, reverberating in Long Chen's ears. "By killing your past life, I can change your present life. Once your present life changes, you might just be a pawn today." The Sky Heart Emperor used his hand as a blade and slashed into the Mirror of Heavenly Curse. In an instant, his head fell to the ground. Chapter 31:12. The instant the head of the silhouette fell to the ground, Long Chen calmly executed the Ghost Blood Curse with a single hand. He fused the law of slaughter and law of karma. The two laws perfectly complemented the power of the Ghost Blood Curse and erupted. Rebirth / 1 / Rebirth. When the Rebirth / was unleashed, what appeared to be less terrifying than the Death Realm's killing tribulation, but its might was even more terrifying. Wherever it went, everything would be destroyed, returning to the most chaotic and primitive state. This was a law that had to kill. Furthermore, the power of the Ghost Blood Curse was constantly spreading within it. To anyone, the rippling sword chi was the most terrifying killing intent. South. In the Mirror of Heaven Curse, when the head fell to the ground, Sky Heart's invisible face revealed a relaxed smile. He could feel how terrifying Long Chen's Rebirth / was. "This level of law lethality is probably enough to kill me in an instant." Even so, he wasn't worried. That was because his Mirror of Heaven Curse had already taken effect. The gray silhouette within had already fallen to the ground. Other than the primordial ancestor, no one in this world can block the curse of the Mirror of Heaven Curse. Even the primordial ancestor would have a headache. Once his previous life is killed, his current life would disappear. In the Mirror of Heaven curse, as long as he killed his previous life, victory was already in his grasp. Disappear. He was waiting for this scene to happen. At the last moment. Ahem. The Sky Heart Immortal Emperor was instantly stunned. Because just when he thought Long Chen was about to vanish, Long Chen didn't vanish. Long Chen's eyes were still coldly staring at him. The rebirth slash was still as powerful as before. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of death descended upon his head like a nightmare. That sword chi had already engulfed his entire world. Impossible. The Sky Heart Immortal Emperor felt his heart going crazy and depressed. How could there be someone who could remain here after being killed in his previous life? There's only one possibility, and that is that his fate is unyielding. When he reaches the extreme realm, no matter what happens, nothing can stop him from reaching this step. But that's impossible. Sky Heart understood the Mirror of Heaven curse the most. The more he understood, the more unbelievable the current situation was. The law he was most proud of couldn't deal with Long Chen at all. What are you doing? Long Chen had thought that his opponent's attack would be troublesome enough to frighten him into using Rebirth Slash. Little did he expect that his opponent's attack would have no effect at all. Moreover, under the threat of Rebirth Slash, his opponent did not even put up a single defense. Everything happened at this critical moment. At the last moment, the Sky Heart Emperor let out a miserable cry and placed the Mirror of Heavenly Curse in front of him. However, such a hasty defense couldn't block Long Chen's Rebirth Slash. In the blink of an eye, all of the living beings on the Heart Planet, including the godly devils, let out cries of alarm. The more powerful one was, the more they knew how terrifying Long Chen's Rebirth Slash was. It was far more powerful than the Death Rain Tribulation. Without a doubt, Sky Heart Immortal Emperor is going to be annihilated. The same thought flashed across the minds of the sovereign deities of the ancestral star. In a split second, Long Chen could feel the arrival of danger. All of a sudden, someone blocked the path of his Rebirth Slash. A three-colored cloud layer condensed and appeared in front of Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor in an extremely short period of time. Sila! The tricolored clouds were shattered by the Rebirth Slash. The Rebirth Slash was like a hot knife through butter, slashing onto the Mirror of Heaven curse. Instantly, the Mirror of Heaven curse trembled violently as it slammed into Heavenly Sovereign's body. Although the power of the Rebirth Slash didn't directly kill Heavenly Sovereign, it still heavily injured him. Heavenly Sovereign groaned in pain as he staggered back a great distance before standing still. His gray robes were in tatters. For a moment, everything was silent. If it wasn't for Long Chen's presence, everyone would have thought that time had stopped. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be speechless. At the very least, in their opinion, this should be an evenly matched battle. They didn't expect Long Chen to be able to suppress Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor and remain unscathed under the attack of the Mirror of Heavenly Curse. This could only be described as inconceivable. All the gods and devils stared at Long Chen, who had transformed into Xueqi. Their hearts trembled violently and their minds went blank. They simply didn't know how to describe their current emotions. However, Long Chen knew that his current situation wasn't optimistic. If it wasn't for the three-colored cloud layer earlier, he would have already killed Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor. The Rebirth Slash was tyrannical. Naturally, the three-colored cloud layer was condensed by the primordial ancestor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to resist the majority of the power of Long Chen's Rebirth Slash. While everyone was still in shock, the primordial ancestor appeared and replaced Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor. He had 3 different colored eyes and looked extremely young. Although he was an infant, his Yuan spirit was extremely withered. At this moment, the 3 colored eyes were staring at Long Chen, causing Long Chen to feel a sense of terror. Indeed, he's similar to the 4 sovereigns. In fact, there's something special about him. The primordial ancestor was the overlord of the ancestral star. The most special thing about him should be the law of curses. This was the strangest and most difficult law to deal with. Did he discover something? In the death world, Xueqi asked nervously. At this moment, the primordial ancestor's unfriendly expression was terrifying to everyone. As soon as the progenitor appeared, and in person at that, every living being and god on the Heart of Sky Planet prostrated themselves before the progenitor in the most pious manner. After all, on the homeworld, this emperor-like being was the pinnacle of authority, and the pinnacle of everything. Greetings, primordial ancestor. Long live the primordial ancestor. Amidst the crowd, waves of voices swept over. This made everyone seem to have forgotten the huge shock they had just experienced. They were immersed in an even greater shock. That was the arrival of the primordial ancestor, the ruler, the creator. Under the endless cheers, the primordial ancestor was even more terrifying. Long Chen didn't expect the legendary primordial ancestor to be in the form of an infant. However, he couldn't deny that he was naturally extremely powerful. When he appeared, their gazes met. What does he want to do? This question appeared in Long Chen's mind. After all, this wasn't a place where he should be. At this moment, the primordial ancestor said nothing. To everyone's surprise, he made a move. His target was obviously Long Chen. Once he made a move, Long Chen felt suffocated. Heaven's Eye Curse. The primordial ancestor raised his head and looked into the depths of the sky. For a moment, 3 beams of light shot into the sky and suddenly gathered in the depths of the starry sky. The moment they gathered, it was like an explosion, forming a myriad of dazzling splendor. The 3 colors flooded the endless starry sky and everyone's vision. Something terrifying had descended. For a moment, countless people were shocked. In the endless starry sky, 3 huge eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of all living beings. Each eye was as huge as the entire ancestral star. The 3 eyes were arranged in a triangular shape. The red eyes were devilish, the black eyes were sinister, and the gray eyes were treacherous. Long Chen raised his head and stared directly at the 3 gigantic eyes. They were so huge that it was terrifying. From the heaven eyes, Long Chen could sense a terrifying coldness and mercilessness. It was a coldness that had no regard for life. It wasn't just 3 eyes, it was more like 3 heavenly killing weapons. The primordial ancestor was indifferent. As soon as the Heaven's Eye Curse was formed, it immediately exploded. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the 3 eyes burst out with endless dazzling light, forming 3 huge light pillars. They were like weapons of the heavens, like battle spears, piercing towards Long Chen. Heaven's Eye Curse. No one could escape from the Heaven's Eye. Under the Heaven's Eye, everything about Long Chen had nowhere to hide. Of course, the most terrifying thing was the most direct destructive power. One had to admit that this time, the primordial ancestor had brought a fatal threat to Long Chen. Swoosh! For a moment, there were countless exclamations. The primordial ancestor actually wants to kill the bloodthirsty great emperor. Such a powerful bloodthirsty great emperor. Why did the primordial ancestor? No one understood what was going on. However, Long Chen wasn't one to wait for death. He didn't know what was going on, but he treated it as a final battle with the primordial ancestor. At this moment, he couldn't hesitate at all. He used his last trump card. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda fused with Long Chen at this moment. The divine power of creation in it was comparable to all of Long Chen's divine dragon origin power. The combination of the 2 powers pushed Long Chen's fighting strength to the limit. At this moment, he burst out with dazzling light, like the brightest star in the night sky, even brighter than the 3 eyes. Rumble. Holding the ghost blood curse in his hand, Long Chen poured out all of his strength. With a roar, he soared into the sky. This time, with the support of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, the sword in his hand burst out a dazzling sword light, forming a monstrous sword chi that collided with the Heaven's Eye Curse. Rebirth Slash. With the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, it was simply a transformation. Rip. Amidst the starry sky, a blinding brilliance. The entire heart of heaven shook. Clouds churned violently, making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on. Everything was swallowed up by the light and the power of the paragons. Boom. Many lives were injured in the aftermath. Ghost Chi is so strong. The divine sovereigns saw it. With the support of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, Long Chen's strongest move was the Rebirth Slash, which had the dual nature of slaughter and karma. Like a dragon, it disintegrated the Heaven's Eye Curse. The 2 types of rules were equally matched in the starry sky. In that thrilling moment, Long Chen managed to block the Heaven's Eye Curse. The Rebirth Slash rushed forward and even suppressed the Heaven's Eye Curse. This was a miracle among miracles, no matter who it was. Rumble. In the end, the Rebirth Slash soared into the depths of the starry sky like a dragon. Draconic might crushed the 3 Heaven's Eyes, tearing the connection between them and the primordial ancestor. Bang! Everything shattered. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.